expect a wider exchange of assessments on the current situation in the Middle East, what we call West Asia, including matters pertaining to Syria and Palestine. India today has a wide range of interests and a growing footprint. Some of this is expressed in terms of our UN responsibilities, like the chair of the Libya Committee, some in our traditionally close partnerships with Africa, and now increasingly our deeper economic involvement with many regions. The world is moving towards greater multipolarity through steady and continuous rebalancing, and that especially means a multipolar Asia. As prominent nations who have a positive history of working together, this will naturally influence the conversations between Russia and India. Our two countries are members of the G20, the BRICS, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, amongst others. How we work together in these formats is also on our agenda. You all know that India has assumed the chair of the SCO and will take over the presidency of the G20 in December. We strongly believe that the pressing concerns of the international community as a whole must be fully recognized and effectively addressed. The state of multilateralism, especially the working of the UN and its key organs, is today clearly wanting. Even as we focus on the immediate, the case for reformed multilateralism, including a reformed UN Security Council, is becoming difficult to deny. We welcome Russian support for India in that regard. In conclusion, let me say that we have had a morning of very open and productive exchanges. As I noted, we are still somewhat halfway through our discussions. But Minister Lavrov, allow me to thank you for your hospitality, for your welcome, and I'm confident that our talks will contribute to the further development of India-Russia cooperation.
Уважаемые коллеги, наступает время для ваших вопросов. Индийский телеканал ТВ-9. Прошу вас.
Здравствуйте, ministers. My question to Dr. Jaishankar. Minister, since you are accompanied by a large delegation of representatives from various ministries and departments, so do we take it as a signal that India's intent to continue or enhance cooperation with Russia in all spheres, despite all kind of challenges and so-called threats?
You know, I'm accompanied by a large and senior delegation because we have a very substantial and time-tested relationship with Russia. And as I explained in my remarks, in the last few years, under the guidance of our leaders, we have been trying to find ways of expanding this relationship, making it more durable, more sustainable, more balanced. So today, when I look back at the discussions both with Minister Lavrov and Deputy PM Manturov, we discussed areas where, you know, there's a natural convergence of interests between India and Russia. And we do so, when we do so, we not only serve our national interests, we actually today, as major G20 economies, we are actually helping to stabilize the world economy as well. And at this time of great global volatility and uncertainty, I think this is a very good thing that we are doing. So I'm very glad that today's discussions helped us to move forward on many issues, and I felt that the Russian side had a similar sentiment.
Информационное агентство ТАСС, пожалуйста.
Добрый день, Лейла Тураянова, ТАСС. Мой вопрос обоим министрам. Ситуация в Афганистане продолжает вызывать тревогу как у Индии, так и у России. И основываясь на ваших сегодняшних дискуссиях, каким вы видите дальнейшее сотрудничество между Москвой и Нью-Дели по афганскому вопросу? И дополнение для вас, Сергей Викторович. В середине ноября планируется очередное заседание московского формата консультаций по Афганистану. И стало известно, что новые афганские власти не приглашены на эту встречу. Хотя, например, в прошлом году во встрече московского формата талибы принимали участие. Как бы вы могли это прокомментировать и пояснить, с чем связано такое решение? Спасибо.
Как мы уже сказали в наших вступительных словах, мы подробно обсудили ситуацию в Афганистане и те задачи, которые стоят перед международным сообществом, чтобы помочь афганскому народу стабилизировать ситуацию и прийти к общенациональному согласию о том, как дальше жить в их стране. Мы работаем с талибами, и по нашей линии наши индийские друзья также осуществляют необходимые шаги в этом направлении. Пока еще мы не достигли нашего желаемого результата, пока еще мы не увидели, что наши коллеги, которые сейчас являют собой власть в Кабуле, движутся достаточно быстро по тем направлениям, которые были объявлены в качестве их обязательств перед своим народом. Особенно имею в виду необходимость все-таки консолидировать этнополитическое единство афганского народа, обеспечить инклюзивный этнополитический характер власти. Мы продолжаем эту работу, и одним из таких этапов будет очередное заседание московского формата. Оно состоится уже на следующей неделе. Индийские друзья будут на нем представлены, как и все остальные участники предыдущих мероприятий такого рода. У нас есть, как я уже сказал, регулярный контакт с представителями талибов. Они будут посвящены в то, чем будут заниматься участники встречи московского формата. И, конечно же, мы никаких секретов от представителей Афганистана не имеем. Мы подробно пробрифингуем и талибов, и другие политические силы, которые там существуют.
Let me add to that with 4 points. One, it's important that the world not forget what is the situation in Afghanistan. Because today, I think it's not getting the attention that it deserves. There is a humanitarian situation, and at least where India is concerned, we have stepped forward by providing food, providing medicines, providing vaccines, and trying to find ways by which the Afghan people are supported in a very difficult phase of their history. Secondly, the international community, with good reason, has concerns about terrorism and terrorists who operate out of Afghanistan. There have been commitments which have been given in this regard. It's legitimate that the international community, especially the neighbors, today work together to ensure that that there is no terrorism threat that comes out of Afghanistan. Third, the commitments which have been made in respect of Afghanistan are covered by a UN resolution, a Security Council resolution 2593. It is important that those obligations are kept. And finally, we discuss Afghanistan in various formats. It is part of the tradition of our relationship, India and Russia, that in some of these formats we have cooperated. So we look forward to being present here during the Moscow format as well.
Телеканал RT. Прошу вас.
Hello, Donald Corder, Russia Today. This question is for Minister Jaishankar. India, of course, has been facing pressure from the West for its relations with Russia. So I'd like to ask basically a three-pronged question. The first is, what do you see as the intent of the West, specifically the United States, in pressuring India for these relations? What stance will India take in the future towards Russia as a result of this pressure? And what does New Delhi think about the Western calls to establish a price cap on Russian oil exports?
I can say a lot about India-Russia relations. I think the fact that I'm here today with a delegation to review our cooperation, to see how we can take it forward, to create a long-term sustainable basis, I think says most of all. For us, Russia has been a steady and time-tested partner, and as I said, any objective evaluation of our relationship over many decades would confirm that it has actually served both our countries very, very well. So if it has served my country very, very well for many decades, I think you can see the obvious interest and commitment I would have in keeping that relationship strong and steady. As regards, the oil supply issue, there is first of all, there is a stress on the energy markets. Okay, this is a stress which has been created by a combination of factors, but as today the world's third largest consumer of oil and gas, a consumer where the levels of income are not very high, it is our fundamental obligation to ensure that the Indian consumer has the best possible access on the most advantageous terms to international markets. And in that respect, quite honestly, we have seen that the India-Russia relationship has worked to advantage. So if it works to my advantage, I would like to keep that going.
Thank you.
И заключительный вопрос, телеканал «Россия-24». Пожалуйста.
Да, здравствуйте. Вопрос Сергею Викторовичу. Можете ли вы рассказать, каковы, на ваш взгляд, приоритеты развития ШОС на данный момент? Это сфера безопасности или развитие экономического сотрудничества? И, если позволите, я дополню еще один вопрос на другую тему. Можете ли вы рассказать о том, как продвигается работа по расширению БРИКС? Есть ли какие-то сроки или, возможно, даты по вступлению новых стран, в частности, Алжира, Ирана, Аргентины? И какие отрасли или направления сможет усилить вступление этих стран? И, если позволите, может быть, вы сможете озвучить еще перечень государств, которые в обозримом будущем могут также претендовать на пополнение ряда участников. Спасибо.
Что касается Шанхайской организации сотрудничества, она является многоплановым форумом, занимается и вопросами безопасности, для решения которых она изначально создавалась, чтобы был порядок на границах между центральноазиатскими странами, Китайской Народной Республикой, Российской Федерацией. Эта задача была давно и успешно решена, и по мере эволюции Шанхайской организации сотрудничества она все больше внимания уделяла вопросам не только отражения и нейтрализации новых вызовов и угроз, таких как терроризм, экстремизм, сепаратизм, но и вопросам использования, если хотите, своих сравнительных преимуществ, будучи расположенной на огромном евразийском континенте, на большей части евразийского континента, конечно, страны-участницы ШОС заинтересованы в том, чтобы эти преимущества использовать при развитии своих экономических связей, расширении торговых потоков и создании дополнительной транспортной инфраструктуры, которая будет минимизировать издержки и, соответственно, повышать прибыль и быть выгодной для каждой из наших стран. Если вы добавите к этому еще перспективы использования, скажем, Северного морского пути, не только наземных маршрутов, то картина, перспективы, которые стоят перед ШОС, весьма впечатляющие. Кстати, мы с индийскими друзьями работаем на этом направлении, на использовании более эффективном Северного морского пути и тех месторождений, которые на шельфе Российской Федерации находятся в месторождении, имея в виду углеводородов. И, безусловно, я хотел бы отметить, что помимо сотрудничество в сфере обеспечения безопасности, стабильности в нашем общем регионе, развития экономических, инвестиционных связей, инфраструктурных проектов. В рамках ШОС развивается и культурно-гуманитарное взаимодействие, в том числе по линии политологических центров, по линии министерств культуры, обмены, выставки, гастроли. Все это весьма и весьма востребовано. Точно так же востребовано и структура, которая называется БРИКС, Бразилия, Россия, Индия, Китай, Южная Африка. И интерес к этому глобальному объединению весьма и весьма высок, он продолжает расти. Вы упомянули некоторые страны, включая Алжир, Аргентину, Иран, которые проявляют интерес к этому объединению. На самом деле таких стран больше дюжины. И в июне этого года состоялся очередной саммит БРИКС в режиме онлайн под председательством Китайской Народной Республики. Помимо самого саммита, когда лидеры пятерки обсудили внутренние дела этого объединения и наметили планы на будущее в виде декларации, вслед за этим саммитом состоялся саммит в формате БРИКС+, в котором, если я сейчас не ошибаюсь, помимо БРИКСовской пятерки участвовали лидеры 13 государств. Список этот известен, он состоит из стран, которые представляют все без исключения развивающиеся регионы мира, и Азию, и Африку, и Латинскую Америку. И мы такой интерес, конечно же, приветствуем. Прежде чем говорить о том, как и когда конкретно начнется расширение ШОС, мы договорились в составе пятерки согласовать критерии и принципы рассмотрения такого рода обращений. Поскольку обращения поступают уже в официальном порядке, конечно, мы рассчитываем, что согласование критериев и принципов расширения БРИКС не займет слишком долгое время, но, конечно же, сначала необходимо понимать, как дальше это объединение будет развиваться в расширенном потенциально составе.
Пресс-конференция окончена. Всем большое спасибо.
Thank you.
All right, Jaishankar and Lavrov have held talks in Moscow, in Russia. You heard that right there. Foreign Minister Jaishankar just spoke at length in Moscow, and this is his first visit, in fact, after the Russia-Ukraine war. We'll continue to get you more in moments from now, but compelled to slip into a very short commercial break here on India Today.
Are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. Amidst the DMK being touted anti-Hindu and being soft on terror, Tamil Nadu Finance Minister has spoken out and lashed out at political detractors. Here's that exclusive conversation. All right, I'm being told we have some breaking news coming in, cutting straight across live to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the moment. The G20 logo is being unveiled. Let's get you all those details. That's the event that is taking place. Listen to what's going on.
India's G20 logo design. The design rendered in saffron, white, green and blue is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. One earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो बटन दबाकर हमारी G20 वेबसाइट का अनावरण करें। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को हमें संबोधित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
नमस्कार। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों और विश्व समुदाय के सभी परिवारजन, कुछ दिनों बाद 1 दिसंबर से भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता करेगा। भारत के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक अवसर है। आज इसी संदर्भ में इस समिट की वेबसाइट, थीम और लोगो को लॉन्च किया गया है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, G20 ऐसे देशों का समूह है जिनका आर्थिक सामर्थ्य विश्व की 85% जीडीपी का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जो विश्व के 75% व्यापार का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जिसमें विश्व की 2/3 जनसंख्या समाहित है। और भारत अब इस G20 समूह का नेतृत्व करने जा रहा है, इसकी अध्यक्षता करने जा रहा है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि आजादी के अमृत काल में देश के सामने ये कितना बड़ा अवसर आया है। ये हर भारतवासी के लिए गर्व की बात है, उसका गौरव बढ़ाने वाली बात है। और मुझे खुशी है कि G20 समिट को लेकर भारत में होने जा रहे इससे जुड़े आयोजनों को लेकर उत्सुकता और सक्रियता लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जो ये लोगो लॉन्च हुआ है, उसके निर्माण में भी देशवासियों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। हमने लोगों के लिए देशवासियों से उनके बहुमूल्य सुझाव मांगे थे और मुझे जानकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि सरकार को हजारों की संख्या में लोगों ने अपने क्रिएटिव आइडियाज भेजे। आज वो आइडियाज, वो सुझाव इतने बड़े वैश्विक आयोजन का चेहरा बन रहे हैं। मैं इस प्रयास के लिए सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, G20 का ये लोगो केवल एक प्रतीक चिन्ह नहीं है, ये एक संदेश है, ये एक भावना है जो हमारी रगों में है। ये एक संकल्प है जो हमारी सोच में शामिल रहा है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के मंत्र के जरिए विश्व बंधुत्व की जिस भावना को हम जीते आए हैं, वो विचार इस लोगो और थीम में प्रतिबिंबित हो रहा है। इस लोगो में कमल का फूल, भारत की पौराणिक धरोहर, हमारी आस्था, हमारी बौद्धिकता, इन सबको एक साथ चित्रित कर रहा है। हमारे यहां अद्वैत का चिंतन जीव मात्र में एकत्व का दर्शन रहा है। ये दर्शन आज के वैश्विक द्वंद्वों और दुविधाओं के समाधान का माध्यम बने। इस लोगो और थीम के जरिए हमने ये संदेश दिया है, युद्ध से मुक्ति के लिए बुद्ध के जो संदेश है, हिंसा के प्रतिरोध में महात्मा गांधी के जो समाधान है, G20 के जरिए भारत उनकी वैश्विक प्रतिष्ठा को नई ऊर्जा दे रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, इंडिया G20 presidency is coming at a time of crisis and chaos in the world. The world is going through the after effects of disruptive, once-in-a-century pandemic, conflicts, and lot of economic uncertainty. The symbol of the lotus in the G20 logo is a representation of hope in these times. No matter how adverse the circumstances, the lotus still blooms. Even if the world is in a deep crisis, we can still progress and make the world a better place. In Indian culture, both the goddesses of knowledge and prosperity are seated on a lotus. This is what the world needs most today. Shared knowledge that helps us overcome our circumstances, and shared prosperity that reaches the last person at the last mile. This is why in the G20 logo, the earth is placed on lotus too. The 7 petals of the lotus in the logo are also significant. They represent the 7 continents. 7 is also the number of notes in the universal language of music. In music, when the 7 notes come together, they create perfect harmony. But each note has its own uniqueness. Similarly, G20 aims to bring the world together in harmony while respecting diversity. साथियों, ये बात सही है कि दुनिया में जब भी G20 जैसे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म का कोई सम्मेलन होता है तो उसके अपने डिप्लोमेटिक और जियोपॉलिटिकल मायने होते ही हैं। ये स्वाभाविक भी है, लेकिन भारत के लिए ये समिट केवल एक डिप्लोमेटिक मीटिंग नहीं है। भारत इसे अपने लिए एक नई जिम्मेदारी के रूप में देखता है। भारत इसे अपने प्रति दुनिया के विश्वास के रूप में देखता है। आज विश्व में भारत को जानने की, भारत को समझने की एक अभूतपूर्व जिज्ञासा है। आज भारत का नए आलोक में अध्ययन किया जा रहा है। हमारी वर्तमान की सफलताओं का आकलन किया जा रहा है। हमारे भविष्य को लेकर अभूतपूर्व आशाएं प्रकट की जा रही हैं। ऐसे में ये हम देशवासियों की जिम्मेदारी है कि हम इन आशाओं, अपेक्षाओं से कहीं ज्यादा बेहतर करके दिखाएं। ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम भारत की सोच और सामर्थ्य से, भारत की संस्कृति और समाज शक्ति से विश्व को परिचित कराएं। ये हमारा दायित्व है कि हम अपनी हजारों वर्ष पुरानी संस्कृति की बौद्धिकता और उसमें समाहित आधुनिकता से विश्व का ज्ञानवर्धन करें। जिस तरह हम सदियों और सहस्त्राब्दियों से जय जगत के विचार को जीते आए हैं, आज हमें उसे जीवंत कर आधुनिक विश्व के सामने प्रस्तुत करना होगा। हमें सबको जोड़ना होगा, सबको वैश्विक कर्तव्यों का बोध कराना होगा। विश्व के भविष्य में उनकी अपनी भागीदारी के लिए जागृत करना होगा, प्रेरित करना होगा। साथियों, आज जब भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता करने जा रहा है, तो ये आयोजन हमारे लिए 130 करोड़ भारतीयों की शक्ति और सामर्थ्य का प्रतिनिधित्व है। आज भारत इस मुकाम पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन इसके पीछे हमारी हजारों वर्षों की बहुत बड़ी यात्रा जुड़ी है, अनंत अनुभव जुड़े हैं। हमने हजारों वर्षों का उत्कर्ष और वैभव भी देखा है। हमने विश्व के सबसे अंधकारमय दौर भी देखे हैं। हमने सदियों की गुलामी और अंधकार को जीने के लिए मजबूर भरे दिन देखे हैं। कितने ही आक्रांताओं और अत्याचारों का सामना करते हुए भारत ने एक जीवंत इतिहास को समेटे हुए आज यहां तक पहुंचा है। वो अनुभव आज भारत की विकास यात्रा में उसकी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। आजादी के बाद हमने शून्य से शुरू करके शिखर को लक्ष्य करके एक बड़ी यात्रा शुरू की। इसमें आजादी के बाद के पिछले 75 वर्षों में जितनी भी सरकारें रही, उन सभी के प्रयास शामिल है। सभी सरकारों और नागरिकों ने अपने अपने तरीके से मिलकर भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया। हमें इसी स्पिरिट से आज एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ पूरी दुनिया को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, भारत की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी संस्कृति ने हमें एक और बात सिखाई है। जब हम अपनी प्रगति के लिए प्रयास करते हैं तो हम वैश्विक प्रगति की परिकल्पना भी करते हैं। आज भारत विश्व का इतना समृद्ध और सजीव लोकतंत्र है। हमारे पास लोकतंत्र के संस्कार भी हैं और मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी के रूप में गौरवशाली परंपरा भी है। भारत के पास जितनी विशिष्टता है उतनी ही विविधता भी है। ये डेमोक्रेसी, ये डायवर्सिटी, ये इंडिजीनियस अप्रोच, ये इंक्लूसिव सोच, ये लोकल लाइफस्टाइल, ये ग्लोबल थॉट्स आज वर्ल्ड इन्हीं आइडियाज में अपनी सभी चुनौतियों के समाधान देख रहा है और G20 इसके लिए एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में काम आ सकता है। हम दुनिया को ये दिखा सकते हैं कि कैसे डेमोक्रेसी जब एक व्यवस्था की साथ साथ एक संस्कार और संस्कृति बन जाती है तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का स्कोप समाप्त हो जाता है। हम दुनिया के हर मानव को आश्वस्त कर सकते हैं कि प्रगति और प्रकृति दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ चल सकते हैं। हमें सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को केवल सरकारों के सिस्टम की जगह इंडिविजुअल लाइफ का हिस्सा भी बनाना है, उसका विस्तार करना है। एनवायरमेंट हमारे लिए ग्लोबल कॉज के साथ साथ पर्सनल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बनना चाहिए। साथियों, आज विश्व इलाज की जगह आरोग्य की तलाश कर रहा है। हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारा योग, जिसे लेकर दुनिया में एक नया विश्वास और उत्साह है, हम उसके विस्तार के लिए एक वैश्विक व्यवस्था बना सकते हैं। अगले साल विश्व इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मनाने जा रहा है, लेकिन हम तो सदियों से अनेकों मोटे अनाज को अपने घर की रसोई में जगह दिए हुए हैं। साथियों, कई क्षेत्रों में भारत की उपलब्धियां ऐसी हैं जो विश्व के अन्य देशों के भी काम आ सकती हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर भारत ने डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का उपयोग जिस तरह विकास के लिए किया है, इंक्लूजन के लिए किया है, भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने के लिए किया है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ डूइंग गवर्नेंस, ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाने के लिए किया है, ये सभी विकासशील देशों के लिए मॉडल्स हैं, टेम्पलेट्स हैं। इसी तरह आज भारत विमेन एम्पावरमेंट में उसमें बढ़कर विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट में प्रगति कर रहा है। हमारे जनधन अकाउंट्स और मुद्रा जैसी योजनाओं ने महिलाओं के फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को सुनिश्चित किया है। ऐसे ही विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में हमारा अनुभव विश्व की बड़ी मदद कर सकता है और G20 में भारत की अध्यक्षता इन सब सफल अभियानों को विश्व तक ले जाने का एक अहम माध्यम बनकर आ रही है। साथियों, आज का विश्व सामूहिक नेतृत्व की तरफ बहुत आशा से देख रहा है, चाहे वो G7 हो, G77 हो या फिर UNGA हो। इस माहौल में G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत की भूमिका बहुत अहम है। भारत एक और विकसित देशों में से घनिष्ठ रिश्ते रखता है और साथ ही विकासशील देशों के दृष्टिकोण को भी अच्छी तरह से समझता है, उनकी अभिव्यक्ति करता है। इसी आधार पर हम अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता की रूपरेखा ग्लोबल साउथ के उन सभी मित्रों के साथ मिलकर बनाएंगे जो विकास के पथ पर दशकों से भारत के सहयात्री रहे हैं। हमारा प्रयास रहेगा कि विश्व में कोई भी फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड या थर्ड वर्ल्ड न हो, बल्कि केवल वन वर्ल्ड हो। भारत पूरे विश्व को एक कॉमन ऑब्जेक्टिव के लिए, एक बेहतर भविष्य के लिए साथ लाने के विजन पर काम कर रहा है। भारत ने वन सन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ग्रिड के मंत्र के साथ विश्व में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिवॉल्यूशन का आह्वान किया है। भारत ने वन अर्थ, वन हेल्थ इस मंत्र के साथ ग्लोबल हेल्थ को मजबूत करने का अभियान चलाया है और अब G20 में भी हमारा मंत्र है वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। भारत के यही विचार, यही संस्कार विश्व कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हैं। साथियों, आज मेरा देश की सभी राज्य सरकारों, सभी राजनीतिक दलों से भी एक आग्रह है। ये आयोजन सिर्फ केंद्र सरकार का नहीं है, ये आयोजन हम भारतीयों का आयोजन है। G20 हमारे लिए अतिथि देवो भव की अपनी परंपरा के दर्शन करवाने का भी एक बड़ा अवसर है। ये G20 से जुड़े आयोजन केवल दिल्ली या कुछ जगहों तक ही सीमित नहीं रहेंगे। इसके तहत देश के कोने कोने में कार्यक्रम होंगे। हमारे हर राज्य की अपनी विशेषताएं हैं, अपनी विरासतें हैं। हर राज्य की अपनी संस्कृति है, अपना सौंदर्य है, अपनी आभा है, अपना आतिथ्य है। राजस्थान का आतिथ्य आमंत्रण है, पधारो मारे देश। गुजरात का प्यार भरा अभिनंदन है, तमारू स्वागत छे। यही प्यार केरला में, मलयालम में दिखता है, एल्लावर्कुम स्वागतम। अतुल्य भारत का दिल मध्य प्रदेश कहता है, आपका स्वागत है। पश्चिम बंगाल में मीठी बांग्ला में आपका स्वागत होता है, अपना के स्वागत जानाई। तमिलनाडु में कदेगल मुड़ी बदुलिए, यू कहता है थंगल वरव नलवर बाहुए। यूपी का आग्रह होता है, यूपी नहीं देखा तो भारत नहीं देखा। हिमाचल प्रदेश तो ये डेस्टिनेशन फॉर ऑल सीजन्स एंड ऑल रीजन्स, यानी हर मौसम हर वजह के लिए हमें बुलाता है। उत्तराखंड तो सिंपली हेवन ही है। ये आतिथ्य, ये विविधता विश्व को विस्मित करती है। G20 के जरिए हमें अपने इस प्यार को दुनिया तक पहुंचाना है। साथियों, अभी अगले हफ्ते में मुझे इंडोनेशिया जाना है। वहां पर विधिवत रूप से भारत को G20 की अध्यक्षता लिए जाने की घोषणा होगी। मैं देश के सभी राज्यों से, सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह करता हूं वो इसमें अपने राज्य की भूमिका का ज्यादा से ज्यादा विस्तार करें। इस अवसर का अपने राज्य के लिए लाभ उठाएं। देश के सभी नागरिक, बुद्धिजीवी भी इस आयोजन का हिस्सा बनने के लिए आगे आए। अभी लॉन्च हुई वेबसाइट पर आप सभी इसके लिए अपने सुझाव भेज सकते हैं, अपने विचार प्रकट कर सकते हैं। विश्व कल्याण के लिए भारत कैसे अपनी भूमिका को बढ़ाए, इस दिशा में आपके सुझाव और साझेदारी G20 जैसे आयोजन की सफलता को नई ऊंचाई देंगे। मुझे विश्वास है ये आयोजन न केवल भारत के लिए यादगार रहेगा, बल्कि भविष्य भी विश्व के इतिहास में इसका आकलन एक महत्वपूर्ण अवसर के रूप में करेगा। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So that was India's G20 presidency theme unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, the G20 is going to be hosted by India come 2023. So that was the overall background vision that has just been detailed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The G20 will be a new platform for leadership. India plays host next year, that is 2023.
Months before polls, Karnataka Congress Neta stirs a big fight.
हिंदू शब्द कहां से आ गया है? ये हमारा है?
Satish Jarkiholi calls the word Hindu dirty.
पर्शियन का है, पर्शियन का है, ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान.
But Rahul's Neta says he won't apologize.
फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा हिंदू?
Defends Hindu insult, says it's true.
फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं?
Congress slams unfortunate remark. BJP lashes out at anti-Hindu Congress. Does the Congress really need such a mess from its own people? Our big focus on 5 Live.
Are these Congress motor mouths? Are they minority appeasers, or are they saboteurs? I'm going to go ahead and use that word today while I ask a legitimate question as a journalist viewer. Are these saboteurs within the Congress party deliberately making comments of this kind just to embarrass the party and push them into a corner on polarizing issues, and that too right before elections? It's an important question, and you'll see why in just a moment. This is 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Okay, before that, I want to show you what Satish Jarkiholi actually did. He's a Congress MLA. He is a Congress leader. He is the brother of the more famous Ramesh Jarkioli of Belagavi, who belongs to the BJP. And he is also part of the Congress state machinery in Karnataka. But this man has said Hindu means dirty in Persian and the old Turkish languages. When asked to apologize, when leader after leader within the Congress party has been apologizing on his behalf, he has brazened it out. The question to ask is this a time to step into contentious, sensitive, communal, religious-linked issues when the Congress is trying to win an election? That's the question we're asking. Watch this report.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है. हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है.
The word Hindu is Persian and has no links to India. It has an extremely dirty meaning. The controversial remarks by Karnataka Congress working president Satish Jarkioli has sparked off massive outrage.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है. पर्शियन का है. पर्शियन का है ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान. फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा हिंदू? आपका नहीं है. फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं? हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है.
Despite facing massive flack, the Congress leader remains defiant, sticking to his guns, referring to Wikipedia to prove his point, refusing to apologize.
जो हमने किसी को निंदा किया है, गाली दिया है, ये हमारा है, हमने कोट किया है, प्रूव होना चाहिए ना, ऐसे ही हम माफी मांगे.
The BJP has turned the heat on Jarkioli, calling his remarks anti-Hindu and his behavior anti-national, blaming the Congress mindset for a tirade against Hindus.
ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಭಾವನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡೇ ಕೇವಲ ಓಟಿಗಾಗಿ ತುಷ್ಟಿಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಕ್ಷೋಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ದೇಶದ್ರೋಹದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಮತ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
The Congress promptly distanced itself from Satish Jarkioli's remarks, giving a meek defense that he has been told to withdraw his remarks.
Satish Jarkioli's statement is purely his own statement. Congress party will not agree it. We condemn it. Our party is a party with a lot of history, culture, multi-language, multi-religion. We have formed out of it. We don't want to hurt anyone's sentiment. So we have asked the explanation from him.
Amidst this raging war of words, Satish Jarkioli came out with another dare, telling his critics to prove him wrong.
अगर कोई का कह दिया अपॉलॉजी करो, अपॉलॉजी क्यों नहीं करेंगे हम? प्रूव कर दीजिए. प्रूव करने के बाद अगर प्रूव हो गया तो हम हमारा स्थान को हम रिजाइन कर देंगे.
Several opposition leaders have been in the eye of a storm for allegedly insulting Hindu religion, including former Home Minister Shivraj Patil, linking jihad to the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, DMK's A. Raja calling Hindus Shudras and children of sex workers.
वो महाभारत के अंदर जो गीता का जो भाग है उसके अंदर भी श्री कृष्ण की अर्जुन को भी जिहाद की बात ही कहते हैं.
இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரின் மகன். இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சவன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உரக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை.
Is there a bid by some of India's political leaders to use inciting remarks against Hindus with a clear eye on political gains? with Sagai Raj and Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru. Bureau Report, India Today.
And remember, Satish Jarkiholi is only the latest leader of the Congress party to make some, unconnected claims about an issue that has no relevance to the daily discourse, especially right before elections, and embarrassed his party. It has forced his party to issue clarifications. In fact, Satish Jarkiholi's comments have embarrassed the party so much that even someone as senior as D.K. Shivakumar, the state president, has come out and apologized and said this is not the official stand of the Congress party. The question to ask at this point of time is, why do these leaders open their mouths just to embarrass their party just before elections? Are they channeling some kind of inner mission to appease minorities? Are they basically motor mouths? They can't control their mouths because they just love the sound of their own voice? Or is it something more insidious? Are they actually indulging in sabotage of the Congress party at the behest of others? We are not casting any aspersions on anyone. We are merely asking questions. Because think about it for a moment, viewer. The Congress party is trying to mount a spirited fight in Karnataka. It is seen as one of the states where the Congress party is not on a weak wicket, where it can put up a strong challenge to the incumbent BJP. Just at that time, a Congress MLA, months before the election, a Congress MLA with absolutely no context, no subject, no topicality, absolutely no compulsion to speak on a sensitive polarizing issue, goes ahead and says, oh, in Arabic and in old Turkish, etc., Hindu means dirty and enslaved, etc. I am not even going into whether that is true or not, because as far as I am concerned, it is irrelevant. The fact is, leaders like this are basically bogging down the Congress party and making them divert their attention and resources into apologizing, into saying sorry, into distancing, into saying Congress is not officially with this stand, into basically just fumbling with words to try and clarify with something which you can't see any nuance in. Let me go straight across now to Madhu N. Rao, is spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP. Syed Asad Abbas is a political analyst. He speaks on a case-to-case basis depending on what the issue is. In this particular case, I'm guessing he's going to be independent. But I also want to tell our viewers that the Congress party very tellingly refused to be on this debate today. They haven't boycotted 5 Live, or they have not banned me, at least so far. But the Congress party has decided not to be part of this debate. And that alone, Syed, that alone should tell you how embarrassed they are by Mr. Satish Jarkiholi's comments. But that's a question I want to ask you first, Syed, which is, what is the reason for making such comments? I am not even wondering whether it's true or not. Whether it's true or not is a matter of Google and Wikipedia and scholars and historians. I don't care whether it's true. I give 2 hoots about Arabs and Turks. My question is, why should a Congress MLA, a few months before an election, embarrass his party in this way on a topic that is, it is a hot button topic. It will get everyone irritated and angry.
Shiv Sahab, I'm as angry as you are or any of my Hindu brothers are. Let me tell you, I'm from the minority. I'm from the state of Karnataka. I'm from Bangalore. Will I be appeased with such a ridiculous statement? Absolutely no.
Exactly.
My best friends are Hindu brothers. My society is with Hindu brothers. My neighbors, Diwali, Kaju Katli is from my Hindu brothers. This is what happens on a lighter note when a neta reads too much of WhatsApp University. This is a prime example of a PhD holder of a WhatsApp University. Also, let me bring to your notice. Does this attribute to the Congress party? It's very unfortunate. What did Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala say? This is absolutely shameful. He has unequivocally, unconditionally condemned the statement of Satish Jarkiholi. Another leader like a D.K. Shivakumar, who always stands by his supporters and followers and MLAs, he too has cut himself tight.
But they have no choice, Syed. They have no choice.
Absolutely, no choice. As a matter of fact, these are the ones who are called the saboteurs. They sabotage their party, their seat, all of that. I truly believe that the Congress party must not just seek an explanation and must, after that, give him a show-cause notice and remove such people from the party. This is absolutely not done. By saying a word like Hindu, this man does not even understand. I have read Persian scriptures. I have read Arabic. nowhere in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, or even in Persian word will you see Hindu as a dirty word.
Which
This
is
the
irrelevant.
figment of
Which is
imagination.
irrelevant, in my view. In my view, that is even that is irrelevant. Because we don't care about what other countries have in terms of words. That is not even relevant to this. The topic here is, you know, for no reason, no relevance, no context, a sitting Congress MLA, this guy is 60 years old, he's not even a spring chicken, he's a veteran guy. What reason does he have to do this to put the party in a spot?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, the strict action must be taken. Sri Rahul Gandhi ji is doing the Bharat Jodo Yatra. There also needs to be a Congress Jodo Yatra where they pick out such weeds from the party. What are you trying to project here? Will us Muslim brothers of the minority be happy with this? Absolutely no. This is deranged. This is shameful.
No, the appeasement habits of the Congress party are so outdated that, you know, like yourself, Syed, I'm sure Muslims at large are probably laughing at the silly things that Congress leaders tend to say, thinking, isse, you know, Muslim log will be happy and they will be appeased. So I completely agree with you when you say that it's actually insulting to believe that our Muslim brothers and sisters will be, you know, will be joyful when they hear such idiotic comments from a person like Satish Jarkioli. Madhu Rao, what do you think it is? What do you put it down to? Is this, you know, it is easy to say, appeasement. It is easy to say appeasement, but what do you think it is? Because this is a senior leader saying this.
I feel really sorry for Mr. Jarkioli. It's highly condemnable and very demeaning to Hindus. Now, point number one. Now, let me tell you, this guy, Mr. Jarkioli, is the working president of the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee.
Yes.
And he has all the audacity to tell about his own religion like this. I really am shocked and appalled at the fact that he cites WhatsApp and Wikipedia. This shows the IQ level as that of Rahul Gandhi. I mean, it's so demeaning. I mean, what is he going to say? He's telling the word Hindu is vulgar. The term Hindu he's ashamed of the word. I mean, this is called as pathological hatred towards Hindus. This is a tirade against Hindus, and let me tell you, I don't think this could have come without knowing of any higher persons in the Congress party. I'm sure everyone are aware of this. You know, they're all decimated souls because they know very well they're going to be decimated and seeing the dust in the elections of 2023. This will add wound to the injury. These people have time and again, let me tell you, time and again, this is not the first time. Let me remind everyone, the viewers, every time whenever such thing has happened, they tell, oh, I'm sorry. Why are you not ashamed of telling about your own religion like this? I mean, I'm appalled. You were just telling me, I don't care about what, Kazakhs say or even Iraqis say. For a moment, just think, why are you so much tirading against the Hindus? That's simply because this is nothing but appeasement politics. See, and I'm sure that people will teach lessons to such individuals.
Okay. Let me go back to Syed. See, Syed, as far as the BJP is concerned, you can't blame the BJP for taking this issue and saying, look, this proves our point that the Congress is an anti-Hindu party. They are basically appeasers. They believe that the Muslim vote bank is theirs by birthright, and therefore they are traditionally an anti-Hindu party. But my question is a little bigger than that, Syed. You know, whether it was Shivraj Patil recently, old fuddy-duddy saying, the Gita professes jihad. Then you have this joker, Jarkioli, saying, Hindu means dirty and slave, etc. Before that, you've got Digvijay Singh, totally out of context, talking about Hindu terror. Mani Shankar Iyer pops up every now and then to embarrass the party and making a total ass of himself. I am honestly asking, is it a question of the Congress party not having control over these people? Is it a discipline issue? Or is it something insidious? Are these people genuinely trying to sabotage the party from within? That's a grave charge, I admit. But it's a question that needs to be asked because the Congress is not exactly in a good place.
Absolutely, Shiv Saab. The fact of the matter, let me also bring to your notice something very progressive, as a matter of fact. I've been invited to 2018 when I ran for elections. You were also there with me.
Yeah.
We did have an interview feature. Let me tell you the fact, Shiv Saab. I've been invited to various educational institutions where I quote from the Bhagavad Gita. The Lord Krishna saying it's beautiful. When a minority member speaks of this, why Bhagavad Gita? What attribution is jihad to Bhagavad Gita? It's absolute foolish. Also, as a matter of fact, we've spoken about Digvijay Singh, Mani Shankar Iyer previously. I truly believe if the Congress party needs to be taken seriously, the leader now, who's also from the state of Karnataka, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC elected president, must deal them with iron hands.
But Syed, you made that point.
gloves.
Let me ask you a specific question. You know, as a Muslim citizen in Karnataka, you've seen the political hustle and bustle in Karnataka elections. I want to ask you this question very frankly. Is this really about attempts to, appease Muslims? These comments that are made by people like Satish Jarkiholi, is this actually, like Madhu claims, are they so naive and so old-fashioned and so disconnected from reality? Do they actually believe that this is something that appeals to the Muslim vote bank?
Let me tell you, as a person of the Muslim vote bank, this to me, my brethren, my community, it does not appeal. Our Prophet speaks of Hubbul Watan, love for the country and your neighbors, love thy neighbor. This is absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I will laugh on this. Any person, what good when you call a Hindu brother or a word Hindu as dirty, what good does it do to you? You're not only sabotaging your party, yourself, but your well-being and the way you've been raised by your respective parents. We need to. Randeep Singh Surjewala said something very nice. Hinduism is a way of life, which I agree. It is a civilizational reality. Our Prime Minister just spoke of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. One earth, one world, one family, one religion, one future. And this person comes and shames himself.
It's pointless. It's pointless because I'll tell you it's pointless, and Madhu, I'll come to you. The reason why both DK Shivakumar and Randeep Singh Surjewala, who are both respected senior faces of the Congress party, embarrassingly having to come onto social media and apologize. Sorry, he didn't mean that. On his behalf, I apologize. This is not Congress thing. The point is, Satish Jarkiholi is busy brazening it out. Syed and Madhu. Madhu, to you first.
They must take a strict action.
When he was given the opportunity to retract or clarify or apologize or, regret or whatever, he said, if anyone proves me wrong, I will quit as an MLA. He's brazening it out. So it's not even an error, Madhu.
It might baffle you guys, but it doesn't baffle me though, because anyone who has stated so like this in the Congress party have supported it, be it Shivraj Patil, be it Manishankar Iyer, be it Rahul Gandhi himself, beat this guy. The point is this: what can you expect out of those leaders who follow the leaders of their own party? Have you not forgotten as to what happened July 18 last year when the Christian pastor, Mr. George Ponaya, he insulted Bharat Mata? What did he say? I'll quote, "But we wear shoes. Why? Because the impurities of Bharat Mata should not contaminate us. The Tamil Nadu government has given us free footwear. This Bhuma Devi is dangerous. You could catch scabies from it," unquote. This is the brazenness at which Stan is talking. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the great IQ Rahul Gandhi, sits in front of him and listens to all the alleged gyan from him. What do you expect of the leaders in the Congress party to do? You think this would have not gone without the notice of Mr. Gandhi? I don't know. Mr. Rahul Gandhi was the same person who told with the difference between Hindutvavadi and Hindus. And believe you me, I don't believe that it is to, sabotaging the Congress party. The same Congress party, let me remind your viewers, the same Congress party in 2007, they have filed an affidavit before the Supreme Court of India. They say, we do not know the existence of Ram. What can you expect from such a political party?
All of this, I am a cynical journalist. I have known Syed also since 2018 when we met during the 2018 election. I'll be there in the next few months to cover the next election. How time flies, doesn't it? But the fact is, some things just don't seem to change. That is the scary part about our politics. Whether it is appeasement, whether it is sabotage, whether it is motor mouths, whether it is people making these dumb comments and, putting their own party in a mess at a time like this. It is absolutely perplexing and bewildering. Madhu says there is nothing perplexing or bewildering about it. This is the nature of the Congress party. The Congress party refused to be part of this debate, but we will continue to ask these questions. And if anyone who has a brain is watching, and all our viewers do, remember, this is a question that we're asking on behalf of the Congress party. What right do these people have to embarrass the Congress party at a time like this? This is a country that needs a strong opposition. And that's the reason why we have covered this story. Madhu and Syed, pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with me here on 5 Live. And since this is Polarization Nataka Varsh, 2022. What else can it be called? Because story after story from Karnataka has been polarizing. Hindu, Muslim, halal, azan, hijab, the works. And here's the latest. The Idgah Maidan in Hubli. Remember how there was a big fight over whether Ganesh Chaturthi could be celebrated there? And now Asaduddin Owaisi's party, the AIMIM, which is frequently branded as Team B of the BJP for some reason, has now made a big deal out of celebrating Tipu Jayanti at this same Maidan. Take a look at this report.
First, it was Savarkar, Savarkar, Savarkar. Then it was Tipu, Tipu, Tipu. When you hear the names of these two historical figures echoing across the airwaves, you know that it's time for the next election in Karnataka. After the big fight that finally paved the way for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the contentious Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Hubli, now Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM party has demanded permission to celebrate Tipu Jayanti at the same Idgah Maidan this week.
ये नवंबर 10 तारीख को जो भारत के प्रप्रथम फ्रीडम फाइटर है हजरत टीपू सुल्तान, हुबली में हम लोग AIMIM पार्टी से कॉरपोरेशन कमिश्नर को लेटर दिया है कि वो दिन हुबली के ईदगाह मैदान में हम लोगों को उनका बर्थ एनिवर्सरी बनाने के लिए परमिशन दे.
Politics over Tipu Jayanti has been a fiery issue every time Karnataka has been headed to the polls. Owaisi's party, frequently targeted as being the B team of the BJP, will face charges of handing another juicy polarizing issue to the BJP yet again. This at a time when the Congress state leadership, especially former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, has repeatedly been labelled a Tipu Bhakt who practices politics of minority appeasement. Siddaramaiah's face has even been digitally morphed into images of Tipu Sultan in the past. The demand from the AIMIM comes in the wake of several Tipu-centric eruptions in the headlines, from the recent renaming of the Tipu Express to the removal of content on Tipu Sultan from school curriculums. Tipu Sultan may have died 222 years ago, but the new demand is proof that in state of war Karnataka, Tipu is alive and well. With Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we've got some breaking news coming in on a story that we broke to you first yesterday. The Congress has moved the Karnataka High Court challenging a city civil court order over blocking of their Twitter account. This pertains to the film KGF's music being used by the Congress party and them being sued by the record label for copyright violation. An urgent hearing has been granted to the Congress party and it is currently underway between the High Court Division Bench. Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing for the Congress party. This is over a 45-second clip of the iconic song Veera from the movie KGF 2 that was used in one of the marketing videos of Rahul Gandhi from the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And coming up next here on 5 Live, the big face-off in Andhra Pradesh between Team Jagan Reddy and Team Pawan Kalyan. A day after India Today's big report put the national spotlight on this Andhra flashpoint, we follow up. We've got members from both sides to face off live here on India Today. That's next.
The men and women who built Indian industry and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams.
The equity market is a dynamic space that needs sharper insights and perfect timing.
What stock, what fund, what to pick and what to sell.
How do you make money on the markets? And what are the superior strategies
for a winning portfolio.
Your questions answered by 30 years undisputed leadership.
Only with Business Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
A massive row has erupted online and offline after superstar actor turned politician Pawan Kalyan's swaggy but totally unsafe car stunt during a political mission in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur earlier this month. In filmy fashion, the Janasena party chief travelled to the Ippatam village in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur district, sitting on the rooftop of a car. That was the eye-catching element of what was otherwise intended to be an emotional and politically fueled mission to save people that the Janasena claims are being targeted by the government in Andhra Pradesh. This actor-turned-politician may have ignored road safety and invited a great deal of criticism, but he wagers that his mission justifies the means he took to do it. Whatever be the case, it has triggered a huge fight online as well as offline. Take a look.
His superstar ride towards an Andhra village has lit up the internet. And after India Today picked up the story, it has fully exploded. Telugu actor Pawan Kalyan was waiting for his golden moment to shine in politics, and he seems to have found quite a filmy way to grab attention. The actor-turned-politician pulled off a massive stunt which his fans may call daring, but is in every way illegal. Pawan was spotted sitting on the rooftop of a speeding car, defying all police orders, making his way to a village in Guntur to meet families affected by a recent demolition drive. The visual, which may initially look like a scene from a big-budget action film, shows Pawan Kalyan leading the convoy, sitting on top of a luxury SUV with his team members dangling on either sides. In fact, there are a bunch of escort vehicles following the star, and they too appear to be aping Pawan Kalyan's stunt. The car behind has nearly 3 people sitting on the rooftop and over 5 people dangling on both sides of the car. The convoy is seen visibly speeding and swerving on a highway, risking not just Pawan Kalyan's life, but also endangering all his team members, who appear squished and tightly holding on to the car rails. One can only imagine what would have really happened if one of those drivers had to apply a sudden brake.
We have already ordered our police department to take necessary action regarding the situation what he has done on the roads. See, it's not a political. He thinks it's a. It's not. It's a cinematic kind of a thing. It's a real life. It's not it's a real life thing. No, it's not a real life.
But the Jan Sena party insists that the end justifies the means and that the party's film star leader was merely calling attention to a selective demolition of homes by the ruling party YSRCP. This was Pawan's way of sending out a political message to arch-rival and Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy. After the daring stunt, Pawan landed at that village, met with the families and there too, in full filmy style, promised those villagers to take action against those who demolished their homes. Pawan Kalyan's ties with Telugu Desam party leader Chandrababu Naidu has exposed him to fierce attack from Team Jagan, which labels him Chandrababu's adopted son. With a single seat in an Andhra assembly dominated by Jagan Reddy's party, Pawan Kalyan has demonstrated that he wishes to escalate the face-off non-stop till the next election in 2024. The latest stunt, the latest attempt to create a big splash, perhaps inviting a crackdown that could trigger an escalation. While the Andhra government scoffs and mocks, Team Pawan says that Team Jagan is wary of giving the star any space or a chance to grab his moment. Bureau Report, India Today.
Yesterday, India Today did the story. We had invited both sides, but only the representative of the Andhra Pradesh government turned up. We've still got an invitation out to superstar actor turned politician Mr. Pawan Kalyan himself to come on our show and take our questions. We've asked repeatedly. Hopefully he'll accept our invitation at some point of time at his convenience. Today we have on our show Ravi Chandra Reddy, is a spokesperson of the YSRCP, which is the ruling party of Andhra Pradesh. In a moment we will also be joined by, I have the name with me, we have with us Shiva Shankara Rao, is a General Secretary of the Janasena Party, who will be with me live. He was live with me. For some reason, he's just stepped off camera. I don't know why he's done that. So we're requesting him to please join back because he'd agreed to be with us. In fact, we were patching him and then he stepped off the show. So we're going to try and get that connected once again in just a moment. Before all of this, before I go to my guests, and I want to do it once we have both the guests on our channel, I want to show you a tweet that has been put out by Pawan Kalyan today. Let's put that tweet on our screens right now. This is a tweet that was put out by Pawan Kalyan, which basically has a video of a young man, which is also part of this tweet, talking about a young man who is no longer alive, who happens to be the son of an Anganwadi worker, who the insinuation is has been targeted by the ruling party of Andhra Pradesh. This is a young man who apparently fought on a Janasena ticket at some local body level elections, the son of an Anganwadi worker, and an emotional video has been put out by Pawan Kalyan as part of an overall campaign where Pawan Kalyan is charging the Jagan Reddy government with targeting his party, himself, his people, his supporters, etc., etc. That is the charge being thrown at the Jagan Reddy government at this point of time. I want to go across first now to Ravi Chandra Reddy of the YSRCP, the ruling party of Andhra Pradesh, to take on some of these questions. Mr. Reddy, Pawan Kalyan, who your party dismisses as, adopted son of Chandrababu Naidu, etc. He says, stop focusing on my car stunt. Look at what I was intending to do. He was there, he says, to help the people who are being targeted by the ruling government. He's also put out this very emotional video today. I hope their spokesperson will also join us in just a moment, as he had promised. But how would you respond, Mr. Reddy, to this charge that Pawan Kalyan is making at you and your party?
Shreji, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
We clearly say that Pawan Kalyan is a very good actor in films. But his continuous acting in politics is not permissible. Since 9 years he is in politics with Janasena, where he formed as a party, political party, but he is continue to act in public. and he is dancing all political steps in permission of Chandrababu Naidu. He formed a party, he announced a party, he floated a flag without any agenda and simply supported in 2014 to Telugu Desam Party and Narendra Modi ji at that time. They got together in power and no single MLA, no single seat has been contested by him at that time because he doesn't have any time at that time. So in 2019, he differed with BJP and he differed with Chandrababu Naidu and he contested against then ruling party and against YSRCP, joining hands with communists, CPI, CPM and BSP to marginalize the negativity of Chandrababu Naidu. He differed at that time with a plan of action from Chandrababu Naidu. And now in 2024, he want to again align with Chandrababu Naidu. If possible, he want to align with BJP as well to get power for Chandrababu Naidu, not for himself. He is not having any agenda. He is not having any principles.
Mr. Reddy,
he is not having any goals for his party and for himself.
Okay. Mr. Reddy, I am speaking specifically of this incident in Guntur on 5th of November. The Janasena party says that this is vendetta politics, that the demolitions that took place there were selectively chosen, of people who are part of the Janasena. How would you respond to that charge, sir? Because what the Janasena and what Pawan Kalyan are saying is that this is selective targeting of his supporters. How would you respond to that?
You can check the reality in public. Everybody answered from there. Even public forum is having that video bites. Nobody lost any single house there. No house has been destroyed and touched. Only boundary walls and steps in encroachment, what was permissible to government to enlarge the road, to build a new road with certain expansion. Because it is in fold of Amaravati as then proposed capital by that time. It is in master plan. So accordingly, we have given notices in April and single person gone for stay. Respective, anybody has not gone to court.
Okay, stay with me, Mr. Reddy. Shiva Shankar Rao is the General Secretary of the Janasena Party. Mr. Shankar Rao, I hope you can hear me because we've been waiting for you for a long time now. The ruling party of Andhra Pradesh says that this is all drama, that Pawan Kalyan is creating drama, trying to help Chandrababu Naidu. All these stunts are based on lies. How would you respond to that, sir? I hope you were able to hear what Mr. Reddy said on behalf of the YSRCP. Go ahead, Mr. Shankar Rao.
Good evening, Sergey.
Good evening,
and also good evening to my colleague from YSRCP party. You see, generally those who are playing a drama, so they will allegate others that they are playing a drama. So whatever things happened in Vipatam village, it is nothing but a vendetta and a revengefulness of the government. It is a government-sponsored terrorism on the people, on the villagers, who has given a land to the party annual celebrations. That is formation day, that is on March 14th. So keeping in mind that activity, because the government at the time was putting all hurdles for performing our meeting. So the villagers of the Vipatam voluntarily came forward. They welcomed the Pawan Kalyan and Janasena party to conduct a meeting there, or formation day there. It was a grand success. So keeping in that mind, to take a revenge, this government machinery, they devised a wise plan that we are expanding a road. That is, the village starting is a 10-15 feet road and the ending is a 15 feet road. And in the wherever the houses of the farmers who has given the land, that road they are widening more than 100 feet. What a drama they have taken place. They have played. This is
but sir, the government, Mr. Shankar Rao, the government is saying no such demolition has taken place. Only encroached land, demolition has taken place. And therefore, you are creating drama is what the government is saying. Just before you arrived, that's what Mr. Reddy said.
No, that is all false interpretation. Whatever Mr. Reddy was telling now, it is misleading the fact. Fact remains always the fact. Because here what happened, why you are expanding in particular area? Because Tadepalli and Mangalagiri Municipal Corporation was formed in 2021. So Tadepalli, there were so many narrow roads. The entire municipal corporation, so many areas were narrow roads. Keeping aside all those things, why this government machinery started the widening of the roads in particular area? So the purpose, the intention, the timing is very clear that they wanted to take a revenge on the farmers who had given land to the party formation day.
Okay.
That is clear-cut evidence.
Mr. Reddy, how do you defend that charge, sir? How do you defend that charge? Saying that this particular Ippatam village, this highway has been chosen so that Janasena workers are affected.
Shivji, we respectfully invite all national media to that particular Ippatam village to expose this actor actions in public. Actor has to act in cinemas, and in public they have to be a reality. And in this particular actor, Mr. Pavan Kalyan is acting
him confine the good language.
And in
But it
real
is
life
not the
also,
way.
he is
Mr. Shankar
acting-
Rao, I'll come to you, sir.
He is acting in
I'll come to you,
politics.
sir. One at a time. I'll give you time.
Acting in politics on daily basis, morning to evening basis. For this particular event, he came by morning flight from Hyderabad and he went away by 5 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 10:30, he came up and he performed on a rugged roadshow, which is not permitted. And in that way, he should not do that. He is throwing a wrong message to entire youth, and he is provocating to beat with stones, attacks with stones, and we want to shed bloodshed on YCP leaders. He is giving that call in open forums. Is it permitted? Being an actor, he may be a superstar or power star, whatever. He is in politics. He is not nothing. He is not having any powerless. He is powerless star in politics. He is having only one seat in Andhra Pradesh, and we are having 151. Public gave mandate for us to rule properly. We are ruling properly. We respectfully to take you all people. I will take the responsibility. I invite India Today and all other.
Okay. No, we will accept that invitation. Mr. Shankar Rao, respond. Mr. Shankar Rao, respond.
National media.
Mr. Shankar Rao, respond to that. Your party has one seat. The assembly is dominated by the YSRCP with 151 seats, 175 member assembly. But Pavan Kalyan has, tried to create a big splash. He did it in 2019. I'm sure he wants to do it in 2024 as well, which is when the next election is. But the YSRCP says that Pavan Kalyan is just an actor and he should stick to acting. How would you take on that charge?
I'm not saying that, sir.
Hello, are you able to hear?
I'm not saying that. He may turn as a politician, he can serve for the people. But
understood. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Politician daily basis.
Hello.
The benefit.
Yes, Mr. Shankar Rao, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay. Mr. Shankar Rao, go ahead. We can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Mr. Shankar Rao, can you hear me? You're on mute, sir. Go ahead. We can't hear you. Just unmute yourself and talk to us.
Hello.
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Just now, by virtue of his language, you can understand what is the attitude of YSRCP. Because the party official spokesperson, you can visualize, you can understand what is the attitude of the people of YSRCP. You see, Pavan Kalyan Garu is a party chief, Janasena, and it is under the People's Representative Act. So whatever he might be, it is his profession. That is acting in the films. But that is no way concerned with this activity. But always they try to blame on our chief. And whatever questions I raised, I posed, he has not answered just now. And he is talking all the nonsense, uttering the unparliamentary language. What I asked, what is the necessity to widen the road in a particular place? Because Tadepalli Mangalagiri municipal area, it was formed in 2021. There are so many areas in Tadepalli and Mangalagiri, very, very narrow roads are there. But particularly in this small village, what was the necessity to the government? That was my question. Unless you have in a mind to take a revenge against the farmers, that he is not able to answer. And moreover, our chief, Janasena, Chief Pawan Kalyan Garu is a man of public, man of common man, man of poor people. When there was a harmness happened to the people, he will definitely rush. This is happened throughout the state. Suppose there are 3,000 farmers who have committed suicide, and he went there. He has given 1 lakh each family. This is all things happening, and he is doing and helping the people, helping the masses, poor people. This is the political party activity. These people cannot understand. These people cannot digest the popularity which is gaining day by day. Hence they are developing all these plans.
Since the time we did the story yesterday, the number of allegations and counter allegations between both camps have been very, very frequent. I've been, attacked, given more information on social media and elsewhere, and that's the reason why we believe this is an important story to do. I'd like to thank the both of you for being on my show, because this is an important story for us. Andhra Pradesh is an important state for India today. We as the national media don't believe that everything should be Delhi-centric. We believe we are one country. Every story is a national story. This is not a South story for us.
That's right.
We will always
respect it. Sir. We are inviting to know the facts and to expose these gentlemen in national media.
And I promise both of you, both Mr. Rao and Mr. Reddy, that I will come to Andhra very soon. We will all together go somewhere. We will do more stories about Andhra Pradesh. And we will continue to do journalism that puts the national spotlight on stories that others refuse to do and ask the hard questions. That's it on 5 Live. Thank you so much for watching. We'll continue to bring you such shows in the future as well. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshada comes up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Navigating the global economic meltdown.
Of a broader slowdown that I can see.
India will be impacted. World caught in a state of perma-crisis.
Trajectory of the economy moves in the right direction. India has survived the turmoil.
And we've seen the impact of
5 kilos of wheat rise.
Top 5 economists share their projections. India Today exclusive at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by buy, sell, rent on 99acres.com. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only. Smart Bazaar, India's new Bachat Bazaar. Mutual funds सही हैं.
After soft on terror charges.
At least to use the word called terror attack has happened in Tamil soil. That is what we want. You are calling it as a cylinder blast?
After DMK was labelled anti-Hindu. Stalin's man goes on the offensive.
I don't deign to answer questions by Mr. Annamalai, so I will refuse it now also.
Most fiery attack on the BJP yet.
I don't worry what anybody else says, whether they're BJP or the ADMK or the DMK or the Congress. My faith is so deeply rooted in me that it's not affected by the comments of anybody else.
This interview will trigger a war in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister PTR exclusive on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're joining us live here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We just gave you a glimpse of the interview that I had, the conversation that I had with the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister, Parnivel Thiagarajan. We're going to be playing that out for you. But this evening, I want to begin by getting you the images that are coming in right now of a rare event when the moon took on a reddish hue and appeared blood red, also dubbed, of course, as the blood moon. We're witnessing it here in India also as we speak. This unique event marked a total lunar eclipse, a celestial phenomenon when the sun, earth and moon align in a single line so that the moon passes into the earth's shadow. While the total lunar eclipse is visible in several parts of the world, in India, it's mostly in the northeast. The northeastern states are able to see some parts of it. In Delhi, Srinagar, Chennai, Gandhinagar in Gujarat, in Mumbai, they're all witnessing right now a partial eclipse. It's lasting for about 30-35 minutes, so till about 6:15, you will be able to catch the eclipse from your homes. The total lunar eclipse is the last eclipse of this year. The rare phenomenon is going to be witnessed again after 3 years. That's in 2025. Let's take this across to Samarth Srivastava, who's joining us live from Prayagraj. Samarth, good evening. Is the blood moon, the eclipse, visible where you are?
Well, obviously, I must tell you that I am here at the Sangam city, Prayagraj, and my presence will show you this particular zone where you'll see the river Ganga, and devotees from all across India have come here to take holy dip during this particular lunar eclipse, which is happening in the city of Prayagraj and Uttar Pradesh and India as well. And I want my cameraman Sanjay to pan the camera towards that particular partial lunar eclipse, and you'll be seeing from our camera how this particular reddish moon could be seen. It's a partial lunar eclipse. The time would be for around 6:19 p.m. when this lunar eclipse will end. And I have also been joined by a lot of Prayagraj people. I have been joined by astrologers, doctors, and I'll try to get the sense how it affects people or how is it helpful or not. I've been joined by one of the astrologers, Gunjan. Gunjan, tell us, I'm seeing a partial, that particular thing. Yes. Will it affect people or not? What are the significance?
Yes, lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, whatever it is, it always affects the common man. As we are a tiny solar system, whatever happens in the planetary position, the same happens with the one self. So human being is also going to be affected, as lunar eclipse or solar eclipse is going to this time on Kartik Purnima. It is going to happen. It's happening right now. So it is going to affect common people in
Kartik Purnima and this particular thing happening at the same time.
Same time, yes, and all the zodiac sciences are going to get affected by it. Various signs, as it is going on in Aries, the sign which is Aries, it is going on in Aries. So it is very much harmful to Aries, and it is good for Sagittarius. It is good for various, you can say, zodiac signs.
Seeing a lot of devotees taking holy dip out here. Is it good or not?
Yeah, it is obviously good, because taking dip in holy water, and obviously in Prayagraj it is a confluence of
during lunar eclipse.
Yes, during lunar eclipse, when they are taking bath, it increases the immunity of that person as well as the ill effects. As we can say in spiritualism, whenever eclipse happens, then the negative vibrations occurs throughout a common human being. So when they take dip in
this
holy
lunar
water,
eclipse, which is why devotees have gathered there in Prayagraj at the Ganges. Samarth getting us that live report and the conversation with people who've gathered there. I want to quickly toss this across to our other reporters as well. Ritik Model from Kolkata, I have Tejshri joining us from Vrindavan. Tejshri, where you are too, I understand, because of auspicious reasons linked to this eclipse, a number of people have gathered there.
There are numbers of people who have gathered here. I am presently standing at the Vishram Ghat, which seems to be the mid ghat, because there are 25 ghats in Mathura and Vrindavan, and this seems to be a very important ghat. I would like to ask my camera person, Pradeep ji, to show the visuals that how, the people are continuously chanting over here, and see the puja is also going on, the yajna have started. But what the important thing is, there is a big scientific reason behind the partial lunar eclipse that we are going to witness in a while from now. In the several cities of India, the lunar eclipse is visible now, but talking about Mathura at Vishram Ghat, the lunar eclipse is yet to be seen. Now, talking about its scientific reason, it occurs when the moon partially falls or passes through the Earth's shadow. In a total lunar eclipse, the moon enters the darkest part of the Earth's shadow, and that is why, we see a reddish moon. In the pictures where we are seeing from the several parts, where we are seeing pictures from Assam, we are seeing pictures from Haridwar, where we can see that the moon is a bit reddish in color, and that is why this is the scientific reason, because why the moon is in red color, because if we see the Earth, the moon and the sun, all three of them are in the 180 degree, and you can see that the yajna is going on here. The people are coming not only from Mathura, not only from Uttar Pradesh, but people are gathering over here from all over India. We have seen people speak, number of youths are also coming over here, as you can see on your TV screens. But the biggest question is the lunar eclipse safe or not? Unlike a solar eclipse, we can safely view a lunar eclipse with a naked eye or a better telescope pair of binoculars if we want to view it. But see, people are now at Yamuna Ghat. No negativity we feel over here when you're standing at the ghats of Yamuna, because so many people I can see taking a dip there in the waters, because they believe that is something that is considered to be important to do during an eclipse as well, as Tejshri pointed out. Final question to Ritik Model, who's joining us live from Kolkata. Ritik, take us through what's happening in your city.
All right, Akshita, after the solar eclipse, this evening is the last opportunity for the people this year to observe this full lunar eclipse, and let me tell you that people would be able to see this, this blood moon or red moon in 2025 again. And here in Kolkata, as Kolkata is a city where it can be easily visible this evening, but here in Kolkata we are waiting for a quite long time since that eclipse or this phenomenal astronomical event has started. But this is the time when we are bringing this live broadcast from BITM, where huge number of school students have gathered, and they to watch this magnificent view of blood moon through a telescope from Kolkata. But the sky since this evening, it was pretty much it's cloudy. It was cloudy, so this is perhaps the best view from Kolkata what we are bringing to you and to our viewer from Kolkata. And let me also tell you that this is the part of the city, country. The eastern part is of the country is the best possible location where this magnificent event of astronomical phenomenal event can be visible, and what we are showing that people are really enjoying this movement. Perhaps this is last couple of minutes left to enjoy this thing, and this is people of Kolkata. They have gathered here. Let me talk to them.
I'm unfortunately out of time. I'm out of time, Ritik. Ritik showing us that beautiful view of the moon that people who have gathered there are able to see. Unfortunately, here in Delhi, courtesy the smog, there's absolutely no visibility, so we're not able to view the eclipse, but great images that our reporters spread across the country right now are getting us. Remember that if you live in any part of the country with clear skies, you can actually watch that eclipse with your naked eye. Will last till about 6:15 also. Thanks to Ritik, Samarth as well as Tejshri for getting us all of those details. I'm cutting across now to an India Today exclusive. Earlier today, I caught up with the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Parnivet Thiagarajan over a host of issues that are rocking the state of Tamil Nadu, and also importantly about his economic plan for his state. Hello and welcome to this India Today special broadcast. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, joining you from the Tamil Nadu House in Delhi. And with me is the Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Parnivet Thiagarajan. Thank you, sir. Vanakkam. Thank you for joining us here in India Today after a long time. How are you finding Delhi?
A bit more smog than I'd like, but we all suffer the same.
You stay here long enough, you'll get used to it as well.
So.
Let's get right down to it, Mr. Thiagarajan. I think when I was going through my research to interview you, the first thing that came up was about how you're projecting that Tamil Nadu will become a $1 trillion economy by 2030. How do you plan on achieving that, especially with so many predictions and projections of a recession coming?
Yeah, actually, let me clarify that. That was not my prediction or projection. My Chief Minister has set a goal.
Okay.
And that goal is that we should get to 1 trillion by 2030. Now, that goal has some inherent complexities or variables beyond our control. The first is that $1 trillion implies that we know what the dollar is going to be to some extent, right? But some of it is adjustable in the sense that there's also the whole inflation built in, and inflation differentials will also affect foreign exchange rates and so forth like that. But at the base assumption, we'd have to grow about 14.5% to where we ended 21-22. At least the latest estimate, 14.5% in notional terms, which if you assume inflation is going to be probably 5-6, which is a safe assumption because inflation is out of control all over the world, and inflation tends to be sticky. It's very hard to control inflation in the short term. So then we're really talking about 8.5%, 7.5% real growth. Now, there's a good track record of this. If you look at Tamil Nadu between 2006 and 2011, despite the global financial crisis, the CAGR in real growth was 10.15 or 11%. So there is a track record of doing that. So Tamil Nadu is large enough an economy, has enough of global connect and attractiveness, particularly as we see the macro trends of diversification outside of China, but also meaningful consumption base, because our Gini coefficient is lower than many relatively well-to-do states like Maharashtra or Gujarat. We actually have a stronger percentage of the economy that's domestic consumption. So it's not an unreasonable target to get to 1 trillion on this trajectory. We already have a project underway through tender and advisory mandate, where we're going to get a more concrete, the path to 1 trillion, which industry sectors, at what years, under what trends and so forth, blueprint, But all this subject to the point you just mentioned, which is that these goals are made, on the assumption that things stay somewhat normal, right?
I want to bring it back to Tamil Nadu, and I think when we talk about the economy in Tamil Nadu, one of the aspects that some have raised concerns over, including the Tamil Nadu governor, for example, is over investments in Tamil Nadu. He's suggesting that states like Maharashtra, states like Karnataka are racing far ahead and Tamil Nadu is being left behind. What do you have to say about that?
Again, I would say the statistics indicate otherwise, right? If you look at the data, I haven't looked at it in the last quarter, but if you look at it till the June 30th quarter, I haven't seen the September 30th numbers, we were up almost 45-50% year over year. And no other state was at that pace of increase, right? Number one. Number two, the union government plays a big role in how these projects get directed, the mega projects, right? Because they give the PLI and they have their hand on the scale. I don't want to talk politics, but, you know, normally governors should not be in the fray of politics. Governors should mind administrative issues, and kind of the less they say, the more respectable and honored they are. Tamil Nadu governor, unfortunately, doesn't have these norms. Maybe
so you
he's
believe
limited.
he's overreaching?
I mean, it's not just me, right? I mean, our party MPs have written to the union government asking for his recall. That's not a mild step. So, you know, I want to stay above the fray. I don't want to get into the trenches of political warfare with somebody who should be above politics. So I don't want to comment more than that. But I would say the statistics are that we're doing very well.
Is the concern valid, though, in the sense that, you know, Tamil Nadu is known to be an electronics hub, and yet you had a Foxconn, a semiconductor plant, going to Gujarat?
Not every plant in the country should go to the same place, right? I would say that if you look at the market share of total Foxconn activity, I would say Tamil Nadu is in the top 1 or top 2, you know, in the country today, in Apple phone manufacturing and assembly. So, you know, you can twist the data any way you want.
So
we are accountable to the public.
Yeah.
Public knows how much jobs are being created, how much growth is coming, how much investment is coming. I myself have been on 2-3 trips. There's huge amount of interest. The union government has their finger on the scale, and they are tipping it towards their favorite states. You can see what happened.
So you're saying it's going in favor of BJP states?
Of course, of course. I mean,
because this is a concern Uddhav Thackeray has also raised, you know, with Vedanta, the semiconductor plant going to Gujarat.
I completely agree with him. And the Prime Minister is on record in assembly rallies saying that only if you vote for the BJP, we'll give you benefits. Only because you voted for the BJP, we give you vaccines. How much more blatant can you be than that? I mean, it's not like a subtle point, right?
He is, of course, also talking about development, which is what a politician should be offering to people.
Yeah, maybe you and I have different perspectives of what a prime minister is supposed to do. Not talk about which party should be elected for getting benefits. Maybe our perception of what is a prime ministerial role is different. I have a constitutional view. You know, you may have a different view.
My point is that, is there a problem in Tamil Nadu in the sense of sentiments? For example, the Thoothukudi Sterlite issue, has that dented Tamil Nadu's image as far as investments are concerned? Again, I bring back the Vedanta point.
I say you can have any number of hypothetical points. Bring me some statistics. Our tax revenues are up record much more than the union. Our growth rate is much higher than the Indian average. Our investments are up, at least in the top 3 states of the country. You can have your own views about what you think ought to be right or wrong, or philosophy or culture. That's your view. The data informs my view. If the data says something different, bring me the data and I'll respond to that.
So I'll tell you what's happened in Karnataka as well. It just recently had an investment summit. And what's emerged is that perhaps Karnataka is also losing out on investments because of the image that they have, with a rise in certain communal incidents also being reported in the state. Recently in Tamil Nadu, in Coimbatore, you had a blast that was reported, and again, questions were whether that dents Tamil Nadu's image, a state that's never really seen much of these kind of incidents of reported terror attacks as well.
Yeah, again, one blast is not the basis for anything, and maybe you're relatively young, but you may not remember that Coimbatore had a much worse series of events than this in the past. So I think this particular blast, I would venture to say that Coimbatore is probably the second hub in Tamil Nadu after Chennai.
Yeah.
Will continue to be that way.
Which is why it's a concern.
Yeah, I mean, everybody can have a concern. I'm on the ground. I'm responsible for administration. I'm saying that it will continue to show results and deliver jobs and growth faster than almost any place in India. One blast notwithstanding, or the politicization of one, you know, it wasn't even a blast, it was a cylinder in a car going off in the middle of multiple attempts at other things.
So you maintain
that
it was
case,
a cylinder blast?
No,
because there was
maintain.
the BJP, for example, the Tamil Nadu
there's no
BJP
maintain,
chief.
right? The record is the record. It was a cylinder in a car. There's video of the cylinders being loaded. There's the people who are doing it. They have been arrested. The case has been transferred to the NIA. It's not. Some facts are not in question, right? The facts are not interpretable by political parties because they feel like it. Facts are facts. After that, you can interpret the consequences, the implications, the history, the future and all that. But facts are facts. You can't interpret facts. If there's a video evidence of the cylinder being loaded in the car and then that car being exploded, I don't understand why you assume that every party can have a different view of that fact.
No, I'll tell you why. Yeah. So, I had a conversation with the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, with Mr. Annamalai, and he raised a number of questions. One, he said that this was clearly a terror attack. And I don't know whether the DMK and whether you are willing to say that this was, yes, a terror attack.
On principle, I don't deign to answer questions by Mr. Annamalai, so I will refuse it now also.
Okay. So the other aspect of the Coimbatore blast is the fact that, and there were questions raised about whether the DMK didn't take it as seriously as they ought to have.
There's no question of the DMK doing anything or not doing anything. This is not a political issue.
Sure.
A government has to take it seriously or not seriously. A government took it seriously and transferred it to NIA before they asked for the case.
Why didn't Mr. Stalin, for example, visit the blast site? And when it's referred to as a cylinder blast, the fact is that what happened, the information that we received there with sins of the accused.
No, your information cannot be of superior quality to what the government of Tamil Nadu receives. I don't think you have your own intelligence department.
I agree,
your own
but this
NIA.
is put out by the police as well.
No, whatever the police has been done because the administration runs the police, right? So I'm not sure why you believe you have any inside information beyond what the police has.
No, Mr. Tyagarajan, we're not talking about inside information. What I'm trying to suggest here is whether there was an attempt to downplay the blast. Like you said, this is a cylinder blast. You said Coimbatore saw something much worse.
Why should we downplay anything? The facts are the facts. I would accuse you're trying to conflagrate this into a problem that we don't have.
But this was...
Are you trying to throw smoke, throw oil on a burning fire?
Not at all, but we have to...
Then why do you assume? There was one incident. The incident is under investigation by the NIA. Why do you assume that this is the precursor of things to come? Are you trying to ignite a fire of terrorism?
The facts that have been put out as far as the investigation goes, sir, is that they were planning much bigger, that they were planning something much bigger. That's why it's under NIA
investigation. What is it that you expect you or me to be able to do beyond what the NIA can do?
There are two questions that come up here about the government. One is an intelligence failure, because this was sheer luck that it came to light, that this cylinder went off. That the cylinder went off. It was sheer luck.
Why is that luck? They plan to ignite a cylinder, the cylinder ignites. Why do you assume that's luck?
So you think it was a suicide attack?
No, I don't speculate on things I don't know, and that distinguishes me from you. I don't make assumptions about what it was, what it wasn't. It was an incident that is under investigation by the NIA. The NIA is not controlled by the government of Tamil Nadu. The NIA will give a report. Based on that, we can have a conversation.
But will the Stalin government, at least going by the information that we have right now, based on the investigation, deem this a terror attack?
How can we act on an investigation that is under NIA? What is it that you want us to do? Till the NIA comes back and gives us information, what is it that you want us to do? How can we, what is the point of giving an investigation to the NIA if we're going to run a parallel decision-making setup?
The BJP says the reason you gave it to the NIA is because they asked for this, they demanded it, otherwise there was no such plan.
On the record, we moved it to them before any official request came from them. That's the decision of the Chief Minister who owns the home portfolio. That's the record. I can speculate. I can say, anybody was going to do something, therefore somebody else did something. Show me a document that says that the NIA asked for it. Then we'll say, right?
So you're refusing to get into what allegations the BJP is leveling here, that, this was an attempt to protect one community, etc.
If I was to descend to the level of answering BJP allegations, I couldn't do my job. You may consider it fit for your time. It's not fit for my time. Black and white is not fit for my time.
Why is that, though? Do you not take the BJP seriously?
I don't take rabble-rousers seriously. I don't take instigators seriously. I take reasonable human beings seriously. I don't consider the individual you mentioned as one of them, so I don't answer any of his questions.
There is an argument, however, that the BJP, Mr. Annamalai, they're spreading their wings in the state of Tamil Nadu. Do you believe that to be a reality?
No, because time will tell. I don't believe it. They may say whatever they want. Time will tell.
As far as the South is concerned, South India, we had a bypoll in Telangana recently where the Congress was pushed essentially to third place. The BJP is coming to second place.
About Telangana?
So the question...
No, you ask me about Tamil Nadu. I am not in the business of commenting about other states or other elections. Right?
Fair enough. Sticking to Tamil Nadu, another aspect, another issue that I wanted to bring up with you, Mr. Tyagarajan, is about comments that have been made recently by members of the DMK, like Mr. Raja. And this became, of course, a huge national talking point when he said that if you're a Hindu, you're a Shudra. And this has led to questions about whether the DMK is anti-Hindu. What do you have to say about that?
I can't speak for others. I am a practicing Hindu. My forefathers have done more for the temples and the people who practice Hinduism in Tamil Nadu than almost anybody I know, and certainly anybody in the BJP. If I am successful in the DMK and I get such great responsibility in such little time of being in public life, how is it possible that the DMK is an anti-Hindu party? Right? So I'm not going to get into that.
But the comment, did it hurt your sentiments as a Hindu?
I don't even remember what the comment was. I'm not in the business of following other people's comments and responding to them. If it's policy, if it's related to the government, if it's related to finance, you ask me.
But it is related to your party, sir.
The party is the party, the government is the government. I'm nobody in the party. I'm not even an office bearer in the party. I'm a member in the party. I'm not a party spokesperson.
But doesn't it concern you being a member of the party? That comments like this are made, and not by, someone who's in the cadre. You've got a member of parliament.
And I am a minister in the government. You ask me anything about the government, it's my job to answer because I am a minister in the government. You ask me about the party, I am not qualified to answer. I am not even an office bearer in the party. I don't even have the lowest office. I'm simply a member of the party.
Okay.
The party will answer for the party. I answer for the government based on the portfolios that I hold.
Let me ask you then, as a practicing Hindu, does it hurt your sentiment?
I don't worry. My faith is very deep. I don't worry what anybody else says, whether they're BJP or the ADMK or the DMK or the Congress. My faith is so deeply rooted in me that it's not affected by the comments of anybody else. I don't need anybody else to wish me. I don't care what anybody else says against me. My faith is part of who I am. It's a relationship between me and the Almighty. And I don't really pay attention to what anybody else says about it.
Okay. Recently, in fact, just yesterday, you had the Supreme Court taking up the issue of the EWS quota. And your party, the DMK, has taken a very, very clear stand on it. You had Mr. Stalin put out a statement yesterday where he said that we've taken, it's been a setback, really, in the fight for social justice. Why is it that the DMK believes that a pro-poor quota that's over and above your caste quota is something that affects social justice?
Again, I am only a member of the party. I am not an office bearer. I simply don't have the standing or the mandate to second guess or issue statements after the leader of the party has issued a statement. I'll give you a personal opinion if you want.
Sure.
At a personal opinion, I worry that this judgment contradicts previous judgments of the Supreme Court in two clear ways. The first way, previous judgments have said that you cannot have reservation on the basis of economic conditions alone. This contradicts that. The second is that the total quota of reservations should not exceed a certain percentage.
Yeah.
This contradicts that. So I say as a citizen, as an administrator, as I have said in multiple contexts on multiple occasions, the great trouble we have as administrators is that we are seeing Supreme Court judgments that are contradictory to each other. And so I'm sitting on the GST Council, right? In the GST Council, we have a group of ministers on how to apply GST to casinos, horse racing, and online gaming. The whole committee is frozen. The GOM is frozen because there are like 20 cases from 1960s till this March, where the definition of what is considered a game of skill and game of chance and whether horse racing falls into A or B, there are conflicting opinions coming out of Supreme Court judgments. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have Supreme Court judgments that are contradictory to each other, now you find it difficult to administer a government because you don't know which one to follow at what time, right? Case in point, of course, a much less consequential issue on how to tax horse racing. Is it a game of skill or game of chance? How to tax online rummy? Is it a game of skill or game of chance? But this same principle applies here also. In fact, I just was in Chennai. I'll give you the context.
Sure.
I was invited to a book by a former judge of the Madras High Court, Justice A.K. Rajan. And one of the other guests of honor was a retired Supreme Court judge. And the title of the book is The Constitution is not what it is. The Constitution of India is not what it is. And it's a riff off of a statement made by a very senior judge in the US, who at one point has said, the Constitution of the United States is not what it is what we say it is. Basically, that's the job of the judges to interpret the Constitution. Sure. That is the weighty responsibility that lies on the shoulders of the judiciary. Now, if the judiciary doesn't follow precedent, and then I cited an example actually, I cited an actual instance. I used to live in the US, as you may know. In the Jersey City Courthouse, which is then one of the eminent buildings, there is an inscription, stone inscription. And it says, precedent makes law. If you stand well, stand still. Right? Always check for the precedent before you make a decision, and be very reluctant to overstep or upturn it, because you have now created a new law. That's basically the implication of that. Precedent makes law. If you stand well, stand still. Be very reluctant to go against precedent, because you're upsetting a lot of other things. Right? That doesn't seem to be happening today. Right? I'm saying all the way from horse racing and online rummy to reservations.
It's been an interesting conversation, Mr. Tyagarajan. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope soon that I get to join you in Madurai, where we can perhaps have some coin parotas and curry and enjoy a much more interesting conversation over food. But thank you so much for joining us here on India Today.
I remember the last time you were there was before one of these elections, right?
Before the elections, before you became a finance minister. But it's nice to see that we still get to catch up.
And so I'm happy to see you here in Delhi and hopefully back in Madurai again.
For sure.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you can catch the full conversation with the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister here on India Today's social media handles. That's all we have time for. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is our sports special, Battle of the Champions.
Taiwan excellence empowers innovation in everyone's life. We keep moving forward to a wonderful tomorrow, dreaming amazing dreams and living fuller lives. Everywhere, every moment, every day. Taiwan excellence, everyday excellence.
The wait is over for the Business Today MTRA Best B Schools survey. More than 300 of India's best B schools compete for top honors in the most definitive guides to B schools in India, which are the
presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
Well, hello and welcome to Battle of Champions, and we're coming to you live from Adelaide, the venue of the second semi-final at the T20 World Cup. A semi-final that will feature England and India. Of course, there's another semi-final that will be played in a different venue in Sydney that will see New Zealand take on Pakistan. We've got all the angles covered for you in the next half an hour, so don't go anywhere. Joining me, my colleague Vikrant Gupta, and we'll take a look at the aspects, the problem areas for India. What is it that happened at India's practice session? Actually, the day, it's still 2 days to go for that semi-final to start, and the day didn't really quite start well for the Indian team because there was a bit of a scare. That scare came in the form of Indian captain Rohit Sharma, who got hit in his arm. But does that mean that he's going to miss out on that crucial semi-final? Well, we've got the answer for you in this report.
One team on the resurgence, the other a lion in ICC events. The Mercurials versus the underachievers. It's Pakistan versus New Zealand in the first semi-final.
23.
For the Black Caps, it has been a relatively easy passage into the semis after they set the tone early with a comprehensive win over defending champions and hosts Australia. But the same cannot be said for Pakistan. They were on the brink of elimination after losses to India and Zimbabwe. However, they miraculously turned things around with some help, of course, from the Netherlands.
It's been an outstanding.
In terms of numbers, Pakistan hold the edge against the Kiwis. Babar Azam's side leads 17-11 in head-to-head encounters. For Pakistan, the difference has been their middle order. Shadab Khan and Iftikhar Ahmed have been the key in that middle order. The main area of concern for Pakistan would be their captain Babar Azam. He averages just 7.8 in this tournament so far.
You know, it's always nice to have two players, you know, that have felt the pressure, and we all feel the pressure at any given times in our career. No different for the number one combination, no different to the number four ranked T20 player in Bubba. And don't be surprised whatsoever if you don't see some fireworks, because very special players don't often stay down for long.
For New Zealand, they have most bases covered. The batting has been good, with Finn Allen and Glenn Phillips contributing. Skipper Kane Williamson, who struggled at the start of the tournament, also struck form against Ireland in Adelaide.
Nicely timed, straight down the ground.
The bowling has been disciplined. Trent Bolt and Tim Southee have been phenomenal. Ish Sodhi and Mitchell Santner have been the key in the middle overs. Despite playing twice at the SCG, Williamson believes the semi-final will be very different.
On the onside, into the gap.
Yeah, I suppose it was kind of interesting. The first game we played here, the wicket was a very good one, and then the second time we played here, it had changed, and sometimes you can take, you know, perhaps what you were expecting the wicket to be like in the first game and think it would behave in the same way, which it didn't. So whether that's a disadvantage or an advantage, it's sort of hard to know. Both teams have played here, so yeah, it'll be looking to focus on our cricket really, and the plans that we want to look to execute, and make sure we do adjust to the conditions and try and play smartly.
In the last few years, there have been quite a few occasions when New Zealand have been on such a stage. They played the 2015 ODI World Cup final, again finishing runners-up to England in 2019, and then another similar result, this time losing to Australia last year in the T20 World Cup final. In Sydney, it's the semi-final, but the Kiwis this time will encounter an unpredictable Pakistan team, which is on a surge. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, we'll bring you the ground report from Adelaide, what the Indian team has been up to a little later in the program. What you just saw was how that first semi-final is building up between Pakistan, between New Zealand. Vikrant is alongside me. These are the two teams that played semi-finals last time around. Both missed out on that big trophy. It was Australia that took that trophy. You reckon one of them now has it in them to lift that trophy?
They can. But again, New Zealand played in the finals. Yes. Pakistan didn't. So that's the edge that New Zealand will carry. They will carry that edge because they played the bigger games more than Pakistan in the recent past. They played in the finals last year. They played in the 2019 World Cup final. They've also played in the 2015 main World Cup final here. Yeah. Pakistan won the Champions Trophy 2017 in England. But then this is a different Pakistan team. The only thing is, yes, they would draw inspiration from the fact that they won the World Cup in 1992 in Australia under similar circumstances. They were down and out and they came back. That time also, if you remember, Nikhil, they beat New Zealand in the semi-finals before beating England in the finals. Yeah. But that was a different Pakistani team led by a different Pakistani captain, Imran Khan. Yes, they can draw inspiration, but I still have a feeling that even though Pakistan have got the bowling, can Babar and Rizwan rise to the occasion? Because they are too dependent on their all-rounders. If the openers do not score runs in a big game, can the others deal with the pressure? Secondly, I think Pakistan have been celebrating their entry into the semi-finals for a long time. The last 3-4 days, you know, anywhere and everywhere that you search in Pakistan, they are celebrating the semi-finals. And this is the risk. Did Pakistan only want to play in the semi-finals, that they are celebrating the entry into the semi-finals, or are they here to win the cup? That's the key.
No, but that's one thing, as you say. Maybe are they over-celebrating that entry into the semi-final. The other way of looking at it is, most often people say, and they quote examples of previous Pakistan teams, that whenever they're in a quandary. No, but you know what? Different generations of Pakistan teams have found a way. Whenever they've got their backs against the wall, whenever they just sneak into the tournament semis.
The antidote to this is the previous Indian teams. They would succumb under pressure. The last few years, we've seen the Indians can handle the pressure. I'm not talking just about the ICC tournaments. I'm talking about the big match pressure. So you're right. While the country doesn't change, the dressing room environment does. The players do. Babar has to lead from the front. Imran at that stage was 39. His right shoulder was all ruptured. It was bandaged. Still, in the semi-finals and the finals, he went into bat at number 3. He said, I'll be there. He said, I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be in the middle. I am not going to score runs too fast, but I'll ensure that the others do. Can Babar do that?
No, Babar is no Imran Khan. Let's not kid ourselves with that. Yes, he's a rising star, but Imran Khan was an established star.
It's been a very ordinary tournament for him as a batsman as well.
Yeah, and he's looked woefully out of form. And just to have said that maybe 12 months ago, that Babar Azam will not be timing the ball well. Yes, if you had said that he's not going to score runs, I would have agreed. Scoring runs, not scoring run happens. Him not timing the ball, him not looking good, that is a rarity. Okay, you spoke about things that have gone in New Zealand's favour. For example, that they've played that crucial, matches. They've gone a step ahead of Pakistan. But the one thing that goes in Pakistan's favour, they played a tri-series very recently, that too in New Zealand. And guess what? Pakistan ended up winning that tri-series, beating none other than in New Zealand. Clearly, those things are going to help take that advantage, because I remember India, South Africa. South Africa didn't do well in India, and we spoke about how that might just carry on into the tournament, and sure enough, they're knocked out of the first round. The fact that Pakistan won that tri-series, will that have any bearing?
They'll sleep better, they'll wake up better. With the knowledge that only last month, they won a tri-series in New Zealand, beating New Zealand in the finals. Again, that was a tri-series. This is the World Cup. Yes, the conditions have altered. It was very cold to begin with. Very cold. The last 3 days have been dramatic. It's suddenly become hot. It's become dry. And the Sydney pitch will suit the Pakistanis. They would also be aware of the fact that in Sydney, they beat South Africa in a tough game, which means that they would now tell themselves that Sydney is a lucky venue for us. Like we tell ourselves that Adelaide is a lucky venue for us. So that may help them. And the awareness that yes, we won a tournament, that is a plus. But again, Nikhil, they've got Shadab, who I think is a big match winner. Shaheen Shah Afridi is warmed up nicely. Haris Rauf, Mohammad Wasim Jr. and the others, they're doing well. Iftikhar has also played a couple of good hands. But will there be any fear of failure in the Pakistani dressing room?
I'm sure there would be, but there'll also be fear of failure in the New Zealand dressing room.
No, New Zealand are actually not answerable to anyone.
Oh, why not? I mean, they reach these crucial finals. Everyone's blaming them for that 2019 final, but not winning it.
But I again feel
the
that
final in the T20 World Cup.
New Zealand have been very clinical, Nikhil.
But when will they get that monkey off their back? Finally, they'll have to win a big tournament. Okay.
Well, for all you know, they might even lose this same final. I'm not saying that they won't. All I'm saying is that New Zealand have been clinical. And Pakistan have been Pakistan. They've gone down.
Ups and downs.
Yes. But, they lost to Zimbabwe, by the way.
Yes.
They lost to Bangladesh in the 1999 World Cup, yet they played in the finals.
Yep.
So, again, different Pakistan. Can this Pakistan be the Pakistan of 90s? I do not know. If Babar gets runs, maybe yes. And for all you know, Nikhil, this may not be a 200 run kind of a game.
Right.
This could be won or lost in scores of, let's say, 160, 165 as well.
Okay, that's what tends to happen in crucial knockout games. You keep talking about big scoring games in T20, but when it comes to crunch situation, pressure does take a toll on most teams, no matter how big a player you are. Okay, eventually, let's now take a look at what happened with the Indian team. We promised to show you earlier, but the Adelaide Oval not too far away from where we are. Right now, you can see the Adelaide, I can't say the skyline because, you get low rises here, not the tall buildings that we're so accustomed
the mountains, the Barossa Valley.
Yeah, late at night it's tough to see them. Not like Melbourne and Sydney, but it has its beauty of its own. Bradmanstown, this is where, just about a kilometre away from us, the Indian team practiced. As I mentioned, there was a bit of an injury scare, but what really came out of that, watch this. 2 days ahead of that big semi-final, India versus England, to be played right here at the Adelaide Oval. The Indian team were out for practice, so was the English team, and it wasn't a great start to the day for the Indian team because Indian captain Rohit Sharma was struck by a ball on his right arm, after which he was visibly in pain. He spent some time away from the fielding drills, applied that ice pack and also had that magic spray put on him, tried to come back and try and bat but couldn't at the time, had to rest further half an hour, and then when he came back to bat after that, he could then play properly. So it didn't start really well for Rohit Sharma, who got struck by a ball, but later visuals, as you're seeing on your screens right now, of him practicing, and after that he had an extended batting session of about 40 minutes, and those visuals seem to suggest that he was much better. There was no pain then to be troubling him, and he batted with much ease, which suggests that nothing to worry about as far as his availability then for the semi-final is concerned. Meanwhile, there were a few other Indian players practicing there in Hardik Pandya, Dinesh Karthik. So 3 of these players who are regular members of the 11-member squad that India puts out on the field, these 3 were there. Other than that, majority of the remaining players, big stars like Surya Kumar Yadav, Virat Kohli, or fast bowlers in Mohammad Shami, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Ashdeep Singh, all of them were resting back in the hotel. Though tomorrow India might have another practice session, and that's when you get to see the full Indian side. Meanwhile, the English team were out in full strength, unlike the Indian team. Majority of the English players were here practicing ahead of that semi-final. You saw their fast bowlers going through the drills, the batsmen trying to play innovative shots like Alex Hales, you could witness in the net practice session. Ben Stokes also spoke to the media. He spoke about, how they need to be wary of a team like India, because India have got a lot of stars in their ranks like Virat Kohli. He felt that Rohit Sharma is too good a player to be out of form for very long. He might come good, but the focus was on that one individual. His name is Surya Kumar Yadav, and this is what Ben Stokes said on him.
Surya Kumar has obviously came in and set the world alight. He's a fantastic player and plays some shots where you just sort of scratching your head sometimes, but he's in great form, but about Thursday hopefully we can try and shut him down and not allow him to get on one of his rampages.
Meanwhile, David Malan was also put through the paces. He was seeing go through a fitness test. Remember, he had injured his groin area while fielding in that game versus Sri Lanka. So he's doubtful for the game versus India. And looking at the visuals, it seemed like he's still not 100% there. And with just little more than 1 day to go for the India game, it's unlikely that David Malan would start based on what we saw in the fitness test that he went through at the Adelaide Oval.
Meanwhile, the other big talking point here in Adelaide is the weather. It's a big change from about 4-5 days ago when we were here. It was cold and chilly conditions that may not have suited the Indian team because they come from the subcontinent. Now it feels like a proper Australian summer, subcontinental dry heat you can witness here in Adelaide, and that may well play in favour of the Indian team, though good batting conditions here in Adelaide are likely to help the strong English batting lineup as well. Ben Stokes also spoke about the dimensions of this ground because of big boundaries, both straight as well as square, something that they will have to account for when batting here, because the size of the boundary that you see here, you don't even get in England nor in India. So both teams will have to plan accordingly. This is Nikhil Naz with camera person Himanshu Sharma at the Adelaide Oval for India Today. Okay, on the evidence of whatever we witnessed there, nothing much to worry about. Looks like Rohit Sharma is going to be out there tossing the coin up come the game versus England. Vikrant still alongside me. Still plenty of things for India to ponder over. Today they had an optional training session, so not a lot of people turned up, as we just explained in that report. But for Rohit Sharma, crucial game coming up because everything else is firing. It's Rohit not firing on top. Maybe your spinners are an area of concern. Those are just the 2 areas that India need to fix. Then you've got a game on versus a strong
spin is a worry. especially when you're playing a semi-final at the Adelaide Oval, which traditionally favors the spinners as well.
Yeah.
And it's a shorter ground. If the spinner, the margin of error is very thin. If he borders the other side, then you go for runs. We also saw the English practice, by the way.
Yes.
They have not clicked as a unit in this tournament, but the kind of batting that we saw in the nets today is very scary. Yes, Rohit Sharma, Butler as well. Even Butler, he's just played one knock. Yes. Rohit's played one knock. So Butler and Rohit Sharma, I think that is going to be the battle that will define the semi-final. There is pressure on Josh Butler as well. There is pressure on Rohit Sharma as well. Both as captain and as a batsman. Okay. If Butler gets going, if he bats some 35-40 balls, the game is gone. And if Rohit Sharma bats 35-40 balls, then he will win you the game. I have a feeling that come the semi-final, it'll be a Rohit Sharma brilliant knock that will win India the game.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. After the game is done, we'll get him. And
it's a clip that
can go viral either way. Either you'll get a lot of praise or a lot of flack. I'm afraid we're completely run out of time in our program, but we're not going to leave you just like that. We'll leave you with a special treat, and this is one of the smartest thinker in our game, Ravichandran Ashwin, and the conversation that you're going to hear is about the man of the moment. Yes, Rohit Sharma may come to the party, but here's a guy who's already having a big party at the T20 World Cup. The X factor for India so far, Suryakumar Yadav. Enjoy this. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Bye-bye for now.
Hello everyone, the roses are red, the sky is blue, and Suryakumar Yadav is here with me for another interview. It's nothing new. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bored are you playing these knocks and coming in front of the camera to talk about it?
Not bored at all. I mean, I've been enjoying batting right now, doing all those things what I do in practice sessions and what I've practiced in the last few years. So really happy with that. And on scale of 1 to 10, let's give it 9.
Oh, you're that bored of coming and talking?
No, not bored at all. I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's my pleasure to sit with you and talk here.
Absolutely. I should be saying that. Anyway, so you've kept the ball in the air all along through this World Cup. It's just not gone along the ground, nor has it gone to anybody's hands. How do you manage to do it? Is it everybody on air talks about how big these grounds are? Do you see only gaps, or do you see only the crowd when you're playing?
I mean, I only see the gaps when I go into bat, and I've been just enjoying batting whenever I go inside, just in completely different zone altogether, just around myself and enjoying everything what I do.
Do you ever have the fear that you might get out in a game, or it just comes instinctively? Yaro, chalo ball dekha, mara bas.
No, I've succeeded a lot of times than failing while playing this shot. So the confidence is really high of playing those strokes, and I've been just going out and just exploding. That's it.
You've been pretty cool icing those catches. Is it coming from your confidence of batting, or generally the way of life? Life's just good. How does it work?
It's what we do during practice sessions. I think whenever we go for a few practice sessions, all optional sessions as well, whenever we hit the session, we go and take few catches under these lights and under this sky. It's difficult when the ball literally goes in the air, where it's moving, wind direction, we have to see everything. So we do a lot of practice with our fielding coach, so that's helping.
You've come to Australia for the first time, starting from the practice game with Australia at Gabba, their fortress. There on, your form has just continued. How does it feel? Is it any different?
No, everyone asked me only one question. You have never been to Australia, bouncy, fast tracks, big grounds, I've never played there. What is your preparations going to be like? But I said the same thing. When I practice back home, I play at Wankhede, I practice at Wankhede. The bounce is really good, though the ground is not that big, but the bounce is the same. They prepare good fast tracks for me over there, so I have practiced a lot over there. And coming here, I've always enjoyed batting on big grounds, because I see those big pockets, see the gaps, I hit the gap and run hard if I'm under pressure or something like that. So I've always enjoyed batting on big grounds, and bounce I've always enjoyed batting on wickets which has good bounce and fast tracks. So it hasn't been a problem for me till now, and hopefully I go again same. League phase is over. It's time for semi-finals, knockouts. What message do you have for everyone watching us back home?
Yeah, I think we are an emotional bunch, right? Our country, we attach a lot to what the game has to offer, and cricket is more than, like they say, it's almost like a religion in India. So I'm sure people are backing us. They have our backs. I would just say, switch on the TV, order your snacks, enjoy the game, and then we'll deal with it later.
The wait is over for the Business Today MTRA Best B Schools survey. More than 300 of India's best B schools compete for top honors in the most definitive guides to B schools in India. Which are the top 5 B schools? Will there be a new number 1? Who has the best placement record, the best facilities, the best technology? All this and much more in the Business Today Best B Schools survey.
We are humbled by this achievement. It gives us a great sense of responsibility to do more for the country. That has now seeped into the institution. All faculty, staff, and students have this pursuit of excellence.
"200 environmental and land defense activists were killed in 2021 globally. More than 3/4 of the killings took place in Latin America, where Colombia, Brazil, and Nicaragua also logged double-digit death tolls. It was the third consecutive year of increases for Mexico. In 2021, it was 54 and 30 in 2020. But this is not the shocking part of the report. Global Witness considers its report a baseline and said our data on killings is likely to be an underestimate given that many murders go unreported, particularly in rural areas and in particular countries. The victims died fighting resource exploitation and inland disputes. 27 of these deaths were related to mining. This is the highest number of any sector. And from the 27, 15 of those were in Mexico. In 2021, the killings of environmental activists in Colombia dropped to 33 from 65 in 2020. The Philippines saw fewer killings in 2021, 19 as compared to 30 in 2020. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, all 8 recorded victims were killed inside Virunga National Park. Virunga Park is home to some of the world's last mountain gorillas, but armed groups such as the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, known by its French acronym FDLR, the Mai Mai and the M23 regularly wrestle for control of eastern Congo's natural resources. Global Witness called on governments to enforce laws that protect activists, while also ensuring companies to be accountable throughout their global operations and have zero tolerance for attacks on land defenders. Activists and communities play a crucial role as a first line of defense against ecological collapse, as well as being frontrunners in the campaign to prevent it.
Co-powered by the all-new HP Spectre. Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler. Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Tata Intra V50.
Prime Minister Modi unveils India's G20 Presidency Lotus logo, theme for the summit to be Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The world is one family, Prime Minister says. India to lead presidency at a time of global crisis.
The symbol of the lotus in the G20 logo is a representation of hope.
India gives no-nonsense message to the world. Jaishankar slams West for hypocrisy in Russia, says India will put its interests first.
It is our fundamental obligation to ensure that the Indian consumer has the best possible access on the most advantageous terms to international markets. And in that respect, quite honestly, we have seen that the India-Russia relationship has worked to advantage.
Sukesh alleges pressure by Satyendra Jain and Arvind Kejriwal to withdraw the case, says he paid Aam Aadmi Party before Goa and Punjab polls. Arvind Kejriwal asks, why am I not being arrested if that's the case?
अब गुजरात चुनाव आया तो ये सारे मिलके कह रहे हैं केजरीवाल भ्रष्ट है, केजरीवाल भ्रष्ट है। पहले कहते अगर भ्रष्ट है तो केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करो।
Controversy over Marathi movie Har Har Mahadev. NCP workers forcefully stop screening of movie alleging wrongful portrayal of Shivaji. After Ganesh Puja, Tipu showdown in Karnataka. AIMIM wants Tipu celebrations on Eidgah ground. Civic body chief to consult stakeholders. Is it a blow to the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra? KGF music label drags Congress to court after Rahul Gandhi's video with KGF music. Congress moves High Court after suspension order on Twitter account. Hearing underway. Well, there's been a killer stunt on the roads of Gurgaon. Drifting stunt by drunk men kill a 50-year-old and injures 2 others. 7 have been arrested. Special investigation viewers, you saw glaring farm fires contribute to the air pollution in the national capital region. But we now show you the jumbo culprits long gone unnoticed in Delhi. Our investigation found how diesel guzzling buses continue to commute illegally in and out of the city with impunity, right under the city's rigorous anti-pollution drive. Here's more.
One, 2, 3. The count goes on.
ऐसा ही साहब इसको नहीं रोका कोई ये बस गई है ओजी ट्रैवल है जी ये भी बस भागी है यहाँ से.
The sorry state of transport enforcement caught on camera as the national capital region battles poisonous air.
चले जाओ आपने उसको मैं क्यों बोलूँगा मेरा नाम कैसे ले रहा है क्या बिल्कुल मेरा नाम कैसे ले आराम से एक मिनट आपका नाम क्या है आपका नाम क्या अरे हट जाना है तमीज से आप आराम से आपके लोग बसेस को भगा रहे हैं वो भी भाग गया.
The buses that you see on your screen aren't authorized on interstate routes in the first place. No official terminals, no permits. Yet, these fuel guzzlers commute in and out of Delhi from random locations with impunity on a smoky November night. Right under the nose of traffic police and enforcement patrols of the city's transport department. A Earlier this month, farm fires were found to be contributing 34% to pollution in Delhi's air. But we've now nailed the jumbo villains from the larger 66% chunk as well. Our investigative team found out how these buses carried out their illegal operations unabated even when the national capital region gasped for breath. Their drivers reveal how they just need to grease palms and run over the law.
तो यहाँ से दिल्ली से कितने बजे चलती है? दिल्ली से है इसका टाइमिंग करीब 9:30 बजे करीब। कहाँ जा रही है बस आपकी? ये जा रही है गोरखपुर। गोरखपुर जो 500 रुपये लेते हैं। एक दिन के? हाँ, एक दिन के। जैसे जाएंगे तो आएंगे अलग बोले 500 में बात नहीं। ये इनका 500 का ही होता है दिल्ली ट्रांसपोर्ट वालों का। भैया गाड़ी कहाँ से ला रहे हो? कश्मीरी गेट से ला रहे हैं। कहाँ ले जा रहे थे आप? कानपुर। सवारी जी।
Buses with valid interstate permits pick and drop passengers at 3 designated terminals in the city. But buses without permits have developed their own terminals and halts in several parts of Delhi.
ये बसें नहीं रुकेंगी। ये टिकट है।
Seats booked online with boarding points and times specified for every passenger. Their movement not stopped even during the city's anti-pollution drive. Buses bound for outstation destinations parked in the Red Fort area, some ready to depart, passengers seen boarding. Our investigative reporters probed the operator of this big fleet, Shadab. He confessed that his was a completely unapproved operation aided by bribes to transport and traffic officials of several states, Delhi included.
कितनी गाड़ियाँ जाती हैं ऐसे दिल्ली से? बहुत सारी गाड़ियाँ हैं सर, आनंद विहार से भी है, निजामुद्दीन से भी है, यहाँ से 2-2, 3-3 गाड़ियाँ खुलती हैं। मुजफ्फरपुर बिहार पुलिस और आरटीओ पुलिस को दोनों है ना। आरटीओ और पुलिस को कितना जाता है? जहाँ रोकेगा वहाँ एंट्री है, कई जगह जाता भी है पैसा, पकड़ भी लेते हैं कई जगह। कानून है, पकड़ेगा तो कुछ ना कुछ देना ही पड़ेगा। आ जाएगी। हाँ, तो यहाँ से निकालने में नोएडा तक कितने जगह रोकता है? मतलब कितने जगह पैसे वैसे देने होते हैं? पॉइंट है तकरीबन 6-7 पॉइंट है। अच्छा, ये तो गाड़ी है इलीगल तो है, कोई भी बसें जो है इलीगल दिल्ली में चल रही है। लीगल किसी को नहीं कर सकते आप। क्यों? लाइसेंस है, सर्टिफिकेट है, सब है, लेकिन छोटी गाड़ियों के लिए, स्लीपर के लिए थोड़ी। मंथली कितने हैं? मंथली हर पॉइंट का किसी का 2000, किसी का 3000।
We investigated another bus operator in the same area. A veteran transporter for decades, Pappu gave the entire breakdown of bribes he claims to be paying at every signal in Delhi before crossing the state border.
ये बताओ आपका क्या खर्चा आ जाता है? दिल्ली का तो सबका एक सही है, 2000 रुपये पॉइंट है हर पॉइंट पे। हर पॉइंट पे 2000 रुपये है। 3 पॉइंट छोड़ के 1 पॉइंट पे TI का लग जाता है चौथा, तो वो 2000 रुपये उसके और जुड़ जाते हैं। तो उसके यहाँ से 2 जगह पड़ेगा, 2 ही जगह पड़ेगा 2000 रुपये, 4000 रुपये ना हर पॉइंट पे 2000।
और नोएडा में?
नोएडा में आईडियो का जाता, बाकी तो जो भी मिलता हफ्ता ले लेता। वो कितना लेता है? 300 रुपये बस जिप्सी वाला। 300 रुपये जिप्सी वाला, 300 रुपये जिप्सी, बाकी आईडियो की जो भी 4 की हो या 5। हमारी बस आ रही है। एंट्री।
A traffic cop on duty along the Delhi-Noida border confirmed the bribes operators like Shadab and Pappu pay for their unauthorized trips. He demanded 2000 rupees a month per bus to our reporters posing as transport operators.
हाँ? आपने अपनी गाड़ी ना? हाँ, पार्टनरशिप में है।
तो ठीक है, करवा देंगे।
तो कहाँ करानी है? यहाँ ट्रैफिक का है, यहाँ कोई ये 5 नंबर का अपना क्या ट्रैफिक का होगा। अच्छा, 2000 रुपये पर गाड़ी जो आप कह रहे हो फिर
आप ऐसे खुलते हैं तो मेरे खाने की जरूरत होती है जैसे और ये जब फ्लाईओवर होता है इससे बहुत तक पार
मैं तभी दे दूँ ना, पता चला कि नहीं हुआ तो
बिल्कुल वारंटी नहीं रहना बोल
ये पूरे महीने का होगा ना, 1 महीने का ना, जानकारी का 8,000 रुपये मैं आपको दिलवा दूँगा। हाँ करा दूँगा।
A long way to go for Delhi and neighbouring states to fight air pollution cohesively. The region cries for an overhaul, not just of its agricultural sector, but also of road transport, to tackle the scourge holistically. With Mohammad Hizbullah and Nitin Jain, this is India Today's Special Investigation Team.
Because once you actually saw what really happened in the special investigation, you'd understand that the Delhi police and the Delhi government usually at loggerheads are in connivance together in what you see on your television screen. I want to pull in my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who's joining me from the national capital. Amit, this 8-minute report exposes the connivance clearly, usually seen at loggerheads, the Delhi police freely taking bribes and the Delhi Transport Department equally culpable.
Well, absolutely right, Pooja. In fact, India Today's exclusive sting operation exposes several claims. You know, number one, not only the Parali is the villain in the pollution scene that we are witnessing, that we are struggling to cope with in the national capital region, but also these vehicles, these buses entering the border of the national capital, you know, flaunting the norms, pollution norms that is very clearly visible on the screen. And who is allowing it? That is a bigger question. And it has been caught on India Today's camera that Transport Department officials, you have the traffic police officials, coming together, working in tandem, allowing these bus operators to enter and operate through the national capital and, from different states, including Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. In fact, Pooja, we just heard how these bus operators were accepting on camera in our sting that they pay certain amount of bribe every point that cross, which means it's a foolproof system in the place. They know that if restrictions are being imposed in the national capital, and a point to be noted here is that Grab 4 was in force when this sting operation was carried out, which means maximum restriction was imposed in the national capital, including ban on plying of any vehicle below BS6 in the national capital, which included private cars.
Well, all of that right now completely cast aside. Appreciate you joining us, my colleague Amit Bhardwaj. They trust India Today to continue to get answers from both the Delhi Transport Department, which is under Mr. Gehlot in the Delhi government, and the Delhi police. Seen, caught, taking bribes. With that, I want to quickly shift focus to the other big story that we are tracking, and this comes in from Maharashtra. Massive row over Marathi film Har Har Mahadev. NCP leader Jitendra Awad and 100-odd supporters have now been booked for a scuffle inside a multiplex. The NCP leader forcefully stopped the screening of this Marathi movie, saying this wrong depiction of history, despite this movie being cleared by the censor board viewers. While his workers thrashed a viewer who tried to stop them, here's more.
स्वराज्य उभं राहतं ते कर्तव्याच्या तकलादू भिंतींवर नाही, तर त्यासाठी लागतो इमानाचा काळा दगड. मी शिवाजी शहाजी भोसले त्या दिवसाची वाट पाहीन जेव्हा बाजीप्रभू देशपांडे हातात पट्टा घेतील, तो कर्तव्य म्हणून नाही तर इमान म्हणून.
An explosive face-off over Maratha warrior king Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Har Har Mahadev, a movie on Shivaji launching a full-scale political war and assault. On Monday, NCP's Jitendra Awad led a group of NCP workers who stopped screening a movie at a Pune multiplex, claiming insult to Shivaji. And attacked cinegoers who protested. one of the hapless viewers was punched, thrashed and dragged around by the NCP attackers. The assaulted viewer was saved after intervention by MNS workers who restarted the film, whose teaser was voiced by MNS chief Raj Thackeray.
शो बंद होने के बाद हम लोग सब नीचे उतरे तो पूरा थिएटर 50% ऑक्यूपाइड था, उधर भी मॉब था। हम लोग ने जेन्युइन रिक्वेस्ट की मॉल अथॉरिटी से क्या भाई हमें हमारा पैसा रिफंड दो, तो वो बात पे कुछ कार्यकर्ता इतने वायलेंट हो गए जो मेरे ऊपर, मेरे मिसेस के ऊपर मारने के लिए आए।
जब जब इनकी सत्ता गई है, सत्ता जाने के बाद 2 महीने के बाद ये कोई ऐसा मुद्दा ढूंढते हैं जिससे राजकीय यहाँ पे जातिवाद का झगड़ा हो, तो हर बार देखिए इन्होंने जातिवाद का झगड़ा लगाया है और आज भी उन्होंने इसकी शुरुआत की है, आगे जाके इसके ऊपर दंगल हो जाएंगे।
While NCP Neta Awad fended the assault, the state government, which promptly booked him, promised to punish any form of hooliganism.
शिवाजी महाराज के निजी जिंदगी में हुआ ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कभी देखा ही नहीं, तो इतिहास में कोई संदर्भ ही नहीं। ऐसे चित्रपट आप इतिहास करके दिखाने लगोगे तो उसका धिक्कार होना ही चाहिए, और वो धिक्कार ऐसा ये चित्रपट महाराष्ट्र ने नहीं स्वीकारना चाहिए।
विरोध करना है तो लोकतांत्रिक माध्यम से कोई विरोध करे, उसके लिए पूरी परमिशन है। तो लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से वहां जाकर लोगों को मारना पीटना ये सहन नहीं किया जाएगा, इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
The director of the movie on Shivaji made a fervent appeal for peace.
Shivaji Shahaji Bhosle.
I've made this film so that the younger generation can learn the real history and teachings of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and become a better society. I also want to take the history of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj outside the confines of Maharashtra to Tamil, in Tamil language, Telugu language, Kannada and in Hindi, so that we can create a better youth and therefore a better society.
Is the great Maratha warrior king turning into a political flashpoint in bitterly divided Maharashtra politics? With Sahil Joshi, Mustafa Sheikh and Vidya in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, moving on. Breaking news coming in on this. The MNS has now organized a free show of Har Har Mahadev movie. It is the same theatre where the NCP Ruckus took place, a face-off between the NCP and the MNS. The NCP wanted the theatre shut down in terms of the movie not been shown. They wanted the show to discontinue. They went in, Jitendra Awad from the NCP alongside 100 of his supporters. Huge ruckus was created. However, the MNS has now taken it upon itself to continue with the show of Har Har Mahadev. Listen in to my colleague Mustafa.
After a controversy on Marathi movie Har Har Mahadev, Maharashtra Navnirman Sena decided to keep a free show of the movie at the same multiplex where the incident took place. You can see Maharashtra Navnirman Sena workers and people present here in big numbers, citizens entering this multiplex to watch the same movie. You can see the people who have gathered here. There are 2 free shows kept by MNS in response to what NCP did. NCP workers entered the same multiplex. They asked people to leave. There was one person who was also assaulted, manhandled by the NCP workers, regarding which the FIR has been registered. After which, in response to all of this, the MNS has kept these free shows, and we can see the response the people are giving to this movie in the same theatre where this incident had taken place. Camera person Samir Shanbag in Thane, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
With that, viewers, a quick break to stay with us. On the other side is a fact check segment.
Taiwan excellence empowers innovation in everyone's life. We keep moving forward to a wonderful tomorrow, dreaming amazing dreams and living fuller lives. Everywhere, every moment, every day. Taiwan Excellence. Everyday excellence.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times. To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be. From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Was a concerted campaign launched to blame the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and Hindutva for the communal violence in the United Kingdom, where actually radical Islamists targeted a Hindu temple and damaged homes and vehicles of Hindus in the UK? Was there then an attempt to set a fake narrative to blame the victims of the violence for the violence? And was social media exploited systematically to fuel violence against Hindus based on fake news? A UK-based think tank has concluded that a fake narrative was set. Our top story gets us more.
Violence, clashes, mayhem. In the aftermath of India's win over Pakistan in the Asia Cup on August the 28th, an ugly communal face-off had broken out in UK's Leicester.
State of war, Himachal Pradesh. The BJP on Operation Repeat, hoping to script a saffron sweep.
कांग्रेस मतलब भ्रष्टाचार की गारंटी, कांग्रेस मतलब स्वार्थ भरी राजनीति की गारंटी, कांग्रेस मतलब भाई भतीजेवाद की गारंटी। कांग्रेस में अनिश्चितता है, अनिर्णय है, अराजकता है। कांग्रेस में इतने दलदल में फंसा हुआ है, गुटबाजों का दलदल।
The Congress on mission Parivartan, hoping to bank on BJP turncoats and the political history of the Devbhoomi. Since 1985, the hill state of Himachal Pradesh has not repeated any government.
अगर आप देखें तो ये 5 साल जो बीते हैं, इसमें भाजपा की सरकार ने आपके लिए क्या किया? मैं एक वास्तविकता आपको बताना चाहती हूं। कर्मचारियों को लीजिए, आपके प्रदेश में तकरीबन 2 लाख कर्मचारी हैं। आज कहां है? धरने पे बैठे।
Himachal Pradesh is a swing state that has alternated between the BJP and the Congress for the last 3 decades. Both parties have consistently received around 40% of the stable vote share, except in 2019 Lok Sabha. The outcomes have nearly always been neck and neck. The Aam Aadmi Party, after throwing in their lot, seems to have made a tactical retreat. It is now a clear BJP versus Congress contest. Will BJP script history and repeat its government? Can Congress propel change? Himachal Pradesh, an unpredictable vote. 3 days to polling. India's #1 election team decodes the Himachal polls.
All right, viewers, 3 days from now, the state of Himachal Pradesh goes to poll. It's been a high decibel campaign in the state of Gujarat. All cameras, all eyes have been on the state of Gujarat. But like I said, 3 days from now, the state of Himachal Pradesh goes to polls. I want to quickly cut across right now to Sachin Pilot. He's holding the Congress campaign in the state of Himachal Pradesh. He joins us from Lahore Spiti. He's been campaigning there through the course of the day. Sachin, you know, have you guys come in too late in the game? As I speak, since the morning till now, 26 of your mid-rung leaders have joined the Bharatiya Janata Party.
I think our campaign in Himachal is very effective. The government of the BJP the last 5 years has really proven to be ineffective. That is the reason why, besides the state leaders, everyone has to chip in, including the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister. They're clearly nervous because their performance is not being appreciated. And I think the whole formula of double engine government delivering at all times has completely failed. We, on the other hand, have actually gone to the people with promises we think will really make a difference in people's lives. And what you said is something we are committed to. People have received our campaign very well. The choice of the candidates, the selection of candidates has been very good. So I've been touring a lot in Himachal. The sense I get from the feedback I've got, the response I'm receiving, and for all of us, is that the Congress is very well placed. I think we'll form a government in Himachal Pradesh. And it's also because nationally also people are seeing the price rise, unemployment, the kind of issues that people face in day-to-day lives are not being resolved. You fall back on UCC at the last minute. You talk about religion, you talk about temples and masjids, and not about the core issues. People are looking for solutions to their lives, and this future planning of all times. Now also BJP has taken out what is called a Sankalp Patra for the next 5 years, but their report card for the current 5 years is a dismal failure. That's why I'm confident that people will repose their faith in the Congress Party.
But all these issues that you talk about, Sachin, have you been able to harness that anger that you speak of? Many would suggest, as they are studying, the campaign of the Congress in Himachal, some are saying that this could actually come down to a close contest, but many are also suggesting it could go down the way that Uttarakhand did.
I think it's not fair to compare. Himachal, we started a campaign quite early. We went to the people to put in the points in the manifesto which we thought were pertinent to the people of the state. And issues of the Agniveer scheme, for example, in the army, has also had a lot of pushback from the people. The farm bill that the government of India had put out first and withdrew also has a negative impact. The apple orchard farming in Himachal has received no incentive from either the state government or the national government. So I think our efforts are paying off. We put in what we thought was the best campaign that we could give. Of course, we can't match the BJP in resources and sort of the money that they're pouring into the campaign. But the people have been very willing. And the response, you can tell in a meeting, in a public rally, how people respond to what issues that we raise and the kind of expectations people have of us in the Congress Party.
Sachin, you talk about your campaign, your public rallies. Let me give you some figures. 6 rallies by now, till now, where Priyanka Gandhi is concerned. 14 rallies where the Prime Minister is concerned. Even your top leadership collectively haven't held enough rallies that, say, an Amit Shah or a JP Nadda have. Many would say that you're only banking on the turncoats of the BJP and not so much on what the Congress could have done.
No, I think all of us chipped in. Of course, Priyanka ji's been there consistently. She's doing a rally almost every day. All of the leaders of the state, of course, are very actively involved, and some of us have been given tasks to campaign in the state, and we've been doing it consistently. I think it's not fair to say that someone is campaigning or not campaigning. As a party, as people responsible with duties that we've been given, we're putting in our best foot forward in Himachal Pradesh. And I keep saying the BJP is tremendously nervous, you see, because the kind of infighting, the kind of rebel candidates they've got this time, it hasn't happened before. So I think Himachal Pradesh election will really be a turning point, because this is one state which, even though it's a very small state, it's a very important state. And I'm very confident that the Congress party will do well and we'll form a government with thumping majority.
All right, Sachin, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. We're going to continue to come back to you. You're leading the campaign for the Congress, at least for now, with Priyanka Gandhi in the state of Himachal Pradesh. I want to cut across now to our other panelists. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, joins us. Rahul Srivastav, national affairs editor. Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, the London Top, would be joining us in a short while from now. He's also travelled extensively through the state of Himachal. Sanjay Kumar, psephologist, he is also with us, and we'll also be joined by Moshmi, my colleague, who's right now in Shimla, following the campaign both of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. Rajdeep, I want to begin with you. Since 1985, the state of Himachal has always alternated where governments are concerned. This time around, do you see it as unpredictable as that, or do you see the BJP coming in again, hoping to once again have a saffron outcome?
You know, if you go by history, you'd suggest that the Congress should win. So history is with the Congress. If you go by chemistry, you would suggest that there is an element of anti-incumbency at the local level. Clearly, if you look at the numbers, and I'm going by the polls, I haven't travelled, but the polls show that Jairam Thakur, Chief Minister's ratings pretty low. 37% was his popularity as per the C voter poll, rated his performance as good. That's well below average and clearly suggesting anti-incumbency. If you go by the popularity of the Prime Minister, in all the polls and indeed in the 2019 election, where the BJP won a whopping 69% of the popular vote, the highest across northern India, you'd think that the Modi factor should pull the BJP through in a close contest. So I think arithmetic is and chemistry in a small state like Himachal are difficult to measure, because remember, in 2017 itself, Preeti, out of the 68 seats, 20 seats had a margin of less than 3,000, 10 seats had a margin of less than 1,000. Now, given those close margins, given that many of the seats in Lahaul Spiti, where Sachin Pilot is, you know, the total strength of a constituency is about 30-35,000, it's tough to predict. But what is very clear is that you have two parties with very different strategies. The Congress is seeking to localize this election, raise issues like the concerns of apple growers, the old pension scheme, rising prices, unemployment. And the BJP is seeking to make this election once again about Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi last week made it very clear, you vote for a lotus in Himachal, you're voting for me. And even JP Nadda went to the extent of saying it was Mr. Modi who got you the vaccine. And, uniform civil code, the issues, how do I make this a national leadership question is the BJP strategy. How do I localize it and fight constituency by constituency is the Congress's strategy. Just one last point. You've got at the moment 20 BJP rebels out of 68 constituencies, and you've got 12 Congress rebels. So that makes it even much more difficult to predict. But however, I would say that at the end of the day, like in Uttarakhand, whoever wins that last mile race, and there the BJP's resources can make a difference, has the edge in a state like Himachal.
You know, that's what the perception is usually. If it's going to be a tight contest, the BJP will pull it through. Will it be a tight contest? What is it looking like? I'm going to ask two people who've been there in the last 10 days. Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, London Top, is joining us, as well as Moshmi, my colleague, who's right now joining us from Shimla. Saurabh, shukriya, aap humse jude, par पिछले एक हफ्ते आप हिमाचल में ही, हफ्ते 10 दिन से हिमाचल ही, आपका क्या भाव है, क्या सोचते हैं, क्या होने वाला है?
जी जी मुझे आवाज आ रही है। जी आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है।
Saurabh, chaliye, while we audio check with Saurabh, I want to cut across right now to Maushmi and then come back to Saurabh. Maushmi, you've been tracking the campaign, both of the Congress and the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party had thrown in its hat. Clearly, they've pulled back. They've understood it's a tactical retreat. It's going to be BJP versus the Congress. What is it looking like to you?
Preeti, I'm in Shimla right now, and I can tell you that it is BJP versus the Congress primarily, but I will add a third party to it, and that's the independents. So the independents, the rebels, really hold the key, because considering that it's got 68 seats, it's always been a swing match between the BJP and the Congress, and almost 35 rebels are standing as far as the BJP is concerned. Now, the BJP might have been able to reach out to some, but I'm still told that over a dozen seats to 18 seats, the rebels could play a key factor, and that, adds up to a lot. And that's one reason that you saw that audio clip, that video clip going viral, when Modi is speaking to one of his workers, telling him to back out. So the rebels, really hold the key. The other thing is that it is also about, BJP talking about Naya Rivaj Banayenge, and that is talking about that the BJP is going to repeat power, and the Congress firing a verbal volley talking about Rivaj Jari hai, Congress aa rahi hai. So we've seen a lot of poster war as far as the sloganeering is concerned, but as Rajdeep just added, the key issues that really concern in Himachal, it's different from Uttarakhand. Literacy rates are high, people are patient, the local factors weigh heavy, the big faces or the national factors I don't see them playing out so critically in these elections. So that's one important factor, that the local faces, the candidates matter, whether they have a people-to-people contact, and the voter is mum this time. They're not very vocal. We've seen that the voters of the BJP are very vocal, but the voters are mum, and the OPS, yes, is going to be a very critical one. And also the unemployment issue, another critical voters issue that could play out for the BJP in the negative. So we will have to wait and see, but I can tell you that the last leg of the campaign will see all the bigwigs coming down to Shimla and the other parts of Himachal.
Maushmi, thank you for joining us with that quick update. Saurabh Dwivedi, आप पिछले 10 दिन से हैं थे हिमाचल प्रदेश में. आपका क्या अनुभव रहा, क्या लगता है?
प्रीति, हर विराट कोहली को एक हार्दिक पांड्या या सूर्य कुमार यादव की जरूरत पड़ती है ताकि इनिंग के आखिरी में जो टोटल है वो विनिंग नजर आए. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ समस्या ये है कि वो नरेंद्र मोदी के चेहरे के सहारे एक बार फिर से मैदान में है. 2017 में बाजी फतेह की, 2019 में की, पर 2022 में हालात अलग हैं, क्योंकि ये चुनाव साफ तौर पर जो ग्राउंड में घूमने पर नजर आया, लोकल मुद्दों पर लड़ा जा रहा है. आप हिमाचल प्रदेश के पत्रकारों से या बुद्धिजीवियों से बात करें तो वो कहते हैं ये इतना लोकल है कि हम शिमला में बैठ के आपको नहीं बता सकते हैं कि किन्नौर, सिरमौर और चंबा के मुद्दे क्या हैं, क्योंकि सब जगह अलग अलग फैक्टर्स हैं. पर एक फैक्टर है जो कॉमन है, सारी 68 सीटों पर नजर आ रहा है, और वो है ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम का मुद्दा. ये मुद्दा इतना बड़ा है कि आप समझिए कि 50-55 लाख के इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज में अगर 3 से 4 लाख परिवार हैं जो सीधे सरकारी नौकरियों से जुड़े हैं, जो कि देश के किसी भी और प्रदेश के मुकाबले सबसे बड़ा रेशियो है, तो ये मुद्दा नंबर 1 बन जाता है, जिस पर पिछले 1 बरस से लगातार मोर्चे, धरने, प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं. ये इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है कि मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर ललन टॉप को दिए एक इंटरव्यू में कहते हैं कि हमने तो जाकर पूरी बात प्रधानमंत्री को बार-बार कह दी, लेकिन बहुत सारी टेक्निकलिटीज हैं जिसकी वजह से हम ओपीएस पर कुछ प्रॉमिस नहीं कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा जैसे राजदीप और मौसमी कह रहे थे, कहीं पर सेब उत्पादकों का, एप्पल फार्मिंग का मुद्दा है, उस पर उसके पैकेजिंग मटेरियल पे जीएसटी लग रहा है, इसको लेकर नाराज हैं. ईरान से बड़े पैमाने पर सेब आ रहा है, उस पर ड्यूटी नहीं लग रही है, तो कंपटीशन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, इसको लेकर नाराजगी है। स्टूडेंट्स की नाराजगी है, भर्ती को लेकर बहुत सारी चीजें हुई। और हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो एक बड़ी चीज नजर आती है, जो अगेन इसको बाकी राज्यों से अलग करती है, कि यहाँ पर आपको उतने बड़े पैमाने पर सोशल जस्टिस वाली पॉलिटिक्स या आइडेंटिटी की पॉलिटिक्स नजर नहीं आती है, क्योंकि क्षत्रिय, राजपूत और ब्राह्मण मिलाकर ही यहाँ पर 49-50% लगभग 50% इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज को बनाते हैं। एंड दे से कि हमारे लिए असर्टिव लीडर का होना बहुत जरूरी है। तो वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि सरकार दिल्ली से चलती रही। ये इल्जाम है जो कांग्रेस भी दोहराती है। कांग्रेस में राजीव शुक्ला जो उनके प्रभारी बन के गए, उन्होंने एक काम किया, सारे नेताओं को बिठा के जो आपस में लड़ रहे थे, गुटबाजी चरम पर थी, सबको सीएम बनना था, सबने मान लिया था उत्तराखंड की तरह कि सरकार आने वाली है। उन्होंने सबको कहा कि खंडर में रहोगे तो कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, महल में राजा कोई बने, एक कमरा तो मिल ही जाएगा। तो सब में जो चीज अमित शाह ने भी जाके रैली में कही कि कांग्रेस ने सबको प्रॉमिस कर दी है सीएमशिप, पर उसकी वजह से उनकी जो लोकल लीडरशिप है, उनके पास बहुत बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सपोर्ट नहीं है, बीजेपी की तरह मेहमत इलेक्शन मशीनरी नहीं है, बट दे आर ट्राइंग टू कीप इट लोकल। सो इलेक्शन इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड इट्स नॉट अ केक वॉक फॉर बीजेपी.
Not a cakewalk for the BJP, a hyper-local election. Rahul Srivastav, Saurabh Dwivedi was talking about the caste makeup, the fact that a state like Himachal Pradesh weighs heavily on the upper caste. Will announcements like what it came from the Supreme Court yesterday of the EWS giving that 10% quota, all of that, will it help the BJP somewhat in the state of Himachal?
Preeti, I think it's too late in the election for something like which has been existing on paper for so long, for suddenly to make an impact because the Supreme Court has voted. I think Rajdeep and Saurabh have summed up. I think the BJP was looking good till the time the BJP was hit badly, I think, by the rebellion. Things looked still 60-40. But after that, it's been downhill for the BJP. I think one of the biggest problems for the BJP now in this round of elections, I will not say just Himachal, is of nameless, faceless chief ministers. This idea of having not so strong chief ministers who will not challenge the central leadership, that high command culture, I think is going to hurt the BJP. Maybe not in Gujarat where there is a Bhupendra Patel because the Modi factor works, but in Himachal, it is a big factor. Then when we talk about Himachal and you say that OPS, the old pension scheme, yes, that's a factor. 1.2 lakh new government employees since 2004 under the new pension scheme, and they are very unhappy. That's a factor. But what was the factor in, for example, when in 2021, when the bypolls were held in 3 constituencies, Fatehpur, Arki and Jubolkot Khai, at that time there was no OPS and large demands and momentum for that kind of thing. Still, what are the losses? In one constituency, BJP lost 42% vote. In 124, in 154. They also lost Mandi seat, the Lok Sabha seat. Now, that's the kind of things that happen in Himachal. Remember one thing, when we say that Himachal since 85 has not repeated a government, I think Himachali, when it comes to the assembly election, is an anti-establishmentarian. They love to vote parties out, and in the process, somebody comes to power. And if you see this time again, by 21, the people of Himachal were unhappy already. They were voting against the BJP and they were unhappy. Now you have got rebellion by BJP men. There were Congress turncoats who came into the BJP, denied ticket. They are angry with the BJP. Those who got places in the BJP guys are unhappy. So the BJP is beset with a lot of problems in a state where the state and the voters are technically against any party which has been in power for the last 5 years.
You know, I want to bring in Sanjay Kumar into this conversation. Sanjay Kumar, you know, the electoral language of the electorate in Himachal is usually seen to be different than that of the entire country. This time around, what, as per you, are going to be the issues there?
Preeti, I think most of the things have been already discussed by the other panelists. And we have been talking about that. You know, the strategy of the two political parties are very, very different. While Congress would like to make this election as a local election, so that is why Congress is picking up the local issues, whether it is about hiked GST on the packaging of apples, whether it is about OPS, and several other things which have been mentioned by Congress in their manifesto. It is the benefit of the BJP wants to make this election as a national election. They know that if the election is contested on the local ground, they will be on a slippery wicket. Also because, as mentioned by Rajdeep, and we all know that there are 20 BJP rebels, and BJP is not finding it easy, or rather I would say BJP is finding it difficult to please their rebels to back out from the race. So BJP, in the interest of BJP, the BJP would like to contest the election on a national issue, and that is why look at the manifesto, the things which they have tried to highlight in the manifesto. There is a lot of emphasis on women empowerment, whether it is giving benefits to the women or giving cycle to school-going children. So there is a lot of emphasis on one section of voters, which is the women. There is an emphasis on some kind of, if you look at various things which has been mentioned in the manifesto, we will try and uplift the places of worship. So the idea is to send out a message, soft message to the Hindu community, the large Hindu community, that this is the community for which BJP takes care. BJP is not a party which appeases the minority. So BJP is trying to make this election as a national election. I think it is a close contest. It's very, very difficult to make any prediction which party is ahead. Clearly, there is no strong anti-incumbency, rather there is no pro-incumbency. That is why it looks like a calm election. Voters are not
Kumar, would you call
speaking
this
out
an
too much
unpredictable
about
vote now?
whether they are going to support the unpredictable vote. I don't think that it is an unpredictable vote. I think we should wait because still we have 2-3 days to go. We know that during the last days, parties put in a lot of effort. So I think let's wait for a couple of days. Things will get clearer. As I can say, as of now, today, I see it as a close contest between BJP and Congress. And I would go along with what Rajdeep said. Last mile connectivity, what we say, last mile effort. BJP, I know BJP is more capable than Congress in pulling out voters from their home, making last minute arrangement. That might give BJP an edge. So my bet still would be that BJP still has an edge over Congress, despite Congress trying to work hard, picking up local issues. But finally, we have seen that happening in Uttarakhand, we have seen that happening in UP and in some other states. So I'm going by those trends, what we have seen in the last say, couple of years, that last minute it's BJP which takes over the lead over its nearest rival.
That's the question I'll put in Rajdeep for. But your psephology for today is it's a close contest. But Rajdeep, traditionally we've seen it neck and neck, 40% vote share each with the BJP and the Congress. 2019, the Lok Sabha trend bucked it. Do you see that happening now? Because if it's a close contest, then you see BJP pulling ahead.
Look, the fact is that, the unpredictability and the volatility of the Himachali voter. In 2017, there is a small gap between the BJP and Congress in terms of vote share, both above 40%, but sufficient for the BJP to win handily. Come 2019, 42% gap, 69% to the BJP, 27% to the Congress. Incredible for a state like Himachal. Come to the 2021 4 by-elections, including the Mandi Lok Sabha, and the situation gets reversed. The BJP suffers a huge blowback and the Congress wins all 4. That's only a year ago. Now, if you were to go by the by-elections, which are often fought on local factors, you'd say advantage Congress. If you were to go by 2019, 2017, you'd say that it's advantage BJP. 2 key constituencies. One which Saurabh mentioned, government employees. Let's assume there are 1.5 government employees registered under the new pension scheme. If everyone has 4 dependents, that's 6 lakhs. That 6 lakh constituency in a small state like Himachal, critical. On the other hand, like we've seen in Uttarakhand, and this is why I would say the BJP has an edge, the woman voter. We have consistently seen in certain states of northern India, women today are coming out in larger numbers than ever before, and the gap between the BJP and Congress when it comes to the woman voter is substantial. So if there are 2 constituencies that will decide this election, there's the government employees, which on the old pension scheme may well want to go with the Congress that is offering to bring back the scheme, and the woman voter, which we've seen in recent elections, tends to go with Mr. Modi and the BJP.
Saurabh wants to respond. Saurabh, what did आपने क्या देखा इधर? आप हाँ बोलिए.
सिर्फ दो चीजों पे बात करना चाह रहा हूं। एक, जो राजदीप विमेन वोटर की बात कर रहे हैं, ये सही है कि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की वेलफेयर स्कीम की वजह से एक नया वोट बैंक तैयार हुआ है, पर हमें याद रखना होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी से सीखते हुए हिमाचल में कांग्रेस ने कहा हम महिलाओं को 1500 रुपए देंगे। ये याद करिए 2019 में न्याय के 72,000 के बदले मोदी जी ने कहा अभी 6,000 ले लो। तो ये जो 1500 रुपए वाली चीज है। दूसरी चीज, आम आदमी पार्टी कहने को चुनाव लड़ रही हिमाचल प्रदेश में, पर उनका जोर नहीं है। चुनावी सीजन में एक सोलन में केजरीवाल ने रैली की, इसके बावजूद 3 कॉर्नर फाइट है। अब ये तीसरा कॉर्नर कौन बना रहा है कांग्रेस और बीजेपी के मुकाबले? वो रिबेल्स हैं, जो सिंगल डिजिट में है कांग्रेस के लिए और डबल डिजिट में है बीजेपी के लिए। ये एक प्रॉब्लम एरिया है जो इलेक्शन को डिसाइड करेगा, क्योंकि आप मार्जिन देखें, संजय जी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, मार्जिन बहुत बड़ा नहीं होता है। विधानसभा चुनाव में 2017 में भी बहुत सारी सीटें थी जो 5,000 से नीचे के, 2,000 3,000 से नीचे पर थी। तो विमेन वोटर को लेके जो एक कन्वेंशनल विजडम है, मुझे वो बदलती नजर आ रही है।
तो विमेन वोटर को लेके है कन्वेंशनल विजडम बदलती नजर आ रही है। आई वांट टू ब्रिंग इन my colleague Rahul Srivastava into this conversation. Rahul, you know, the fact is when you talk about something like OROP in a state like Uttar Pradesh, it can get diluted because the numbers don't quite add up. Because the numbers are very strong in a state like Himachal Pradesh. Usually, you know, in Himachal, it's this lot which calls the election. So an issue like OROP can only magnify. What do you say?
Yes, Preeti, I think a lot of these factors do matter a lot in a state like Himachal. For example, even the government, the quota, the percentage of government jobs in Himachal is one of the highest in the job opportunities in a state.
Yes.
Given the pelf of and the numerical pelf of these people, definitely these are substantive critical votes, and that is where the BJP, if one finds, is strategizing and trying to manage the election than actually having a popular movement in its favor. In fact, I will say that it is battling a lot of negatives, and that is why if you say you suddenly find the emphasis on the Hindutva element, the UCC, members of the BJP meeting Dera Sacha Sauda, which is influential in areas like Hamirpur, uplifting places of worship. These are the elements which the BJP is trying to create as a management of election issue. Then there is something very interesting happening, is that there is what we are hearing, the BSP entrance. Are there some dummy candidates being pushed in to divert the vote? I think BJP is trying to manage a fight.
All right, so BJP is trying to manage a fight. I want to give the last word to Sanjay Kumar. Sanjay, if Mr. Kumar, if you have to maybe make a prediction today, sitting today with the current state of Himachal, what would you say? What would be the psephology for the day?
Preeti, as I said earlier, it is a close contest, but I think in a close contest, one party has to win. And I think BJP still has a slight edge over Congress.
You know, just to add to that, if you look at all the close contests that have taken place, and Rahul and Saurabh can correct me, and Sanjay ji, the only one which the Congress was ahead of the BJP in the last 5-7 years is Madhya Pradesh, which eventually, of course, they lost the government. But that's the only close contest where, if I recall, the Congress was ahead of the BJP. So close contest is what the BJP will push for in the hope that that last mile connectivity pulls it over the line.
All right, so Rajdeep Sardesai has given the edge to the BJP. Sanjay Kumar has given the edge to the BJP. 3 days, we're 3 days away from polls still. Saurabh Dwivedi, who do you give the edge to?
I won't name the party because I have to face my electoral college every day. They are called audience. It's going to be a decisive mandate. It's not that close fight as it appears in TV studios. It will be a clear mandate.
It will be a clear mandate. Rahul Srivastava, do you want to weigh in on this?
Oh, the voters have an edge.
The voters have an edge. Rahul Srivastava has played it safest. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. But I want to pick up on the OROP, the issue of OROP. Because when we've gone through all of Priyanka Gandhi's speeches in the last 3 days, Every rally, she's bought up the old pension scheme at least 6 times. We leave it at that. The BJP, of course, going all out. Today itself, 26 mid-rung leaders of the Congress have joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. Does it have it to go through the last 3 days? The Congress, well, we're going to keep a keen eye and get you the latest. 3 days to go. Himachal goes to vote. Of course, the results are on 8th of December after Gujarat votes. Trust India Today to get you the best. Up next is Rahul Kabal.
So we would have a base of organics. The body would be placed here. The rest of the organics and flowers would be placed here. We would simply close the lid and we would be set. The microbes, when given heat and moisture, become super active. Our body comes up, in our case, to about 160, 165 degrees. It'll stay there for well over a week, 10 days. The heat obviously keeps the microbial activity super active, and at the end of a month, our body is pretty much transformed completely. There's some bone that remains. It's reduced. It's put back into the soil. It's let to sit for another month, and when we're done, we have soil that we can give the family. Cremation takes 30 gallons of fuel and pumps about 540 pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere, every cremation. So we've devised a system that runs about 90% cleaner than that.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Navigating the global economic meltdown.
Of a broader slowdown that I can see. India will be impacted.
World caught in a state of perma-crisis.
Trajectory of the economy move in the right direction.
India has survived the turmoil.
And we've seen the impact of
5 kilos of wheat rice.
Top 5 economists share their projections. India Today exclusive at 8 p.m.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Hello and welcome. This is the India Today conclave session on Indianomics navigating the global economic slowdown. The world is caught in a state of flux, caught in what seems to be a state of perma-crisis, a permanent crisis of sorts. And one of the biggest questions in people's minds is, how will the economic needle move from here? You would have seen the International Monetary Fund's Global Economic Outlook report. What we'll do at the conclave is try and have some fun, or as fun as economics can get. We have here at the conclave a gathering of some of the sharpest economic minds who track data obsessively and will use their vast insights, experience and depth to tell us whether things are likely to get worse, whether things are likely to stay the same, will we be caught in a state of stagflation, or will things get better? What I'll do is, on the screens behind you, take you through a series of data sets compiled by the India Today Group's Data Intelligence Unit. These reflect the state of the economy across different parameters at this moment. And then we'll get our fantastic panel to tell us where they see things go from here. So that said, allow me to welcome to the India Today Conclave Economy session, Mahesh Vyas, Managing Director and Chief Executive at the Center for Monitoring of the Indian Economy. He tracks data for a living obsessively. Flanking him is someone who does the same, Neelkant Mishra, who's the co-head of Asia Pacific Strategy, India Equity Strategist at Credit Suisse. Pranjal Bhandari, Managing Director, Chief India Economist for the ASEAN region at HSBC. Welcome, Pranjal. Ajit Ranade, now Vice Chancellor at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics in Pune. And Abhig Barua, Chief Economist and Executive Vice President at HDFC Bank. So, can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome our guests to this big session on the economy. And I'll start with that big headline number on global growth. Can we just have the first DIU card at the back, please? The economists don't really need to look at the back because you know which numbers these are. But this is basically the IMF's October outlook, which looks at the global economic projections for growth and also the growth numbers for India for FY23 and for the next year. Now, broadly, and I'll start with Neelkant Mishra, and here I think we want to focus more on the India story in a global context. And the question that's in people's minds sitting here, from where we are, in the way that you see things, are things likely to get better, marginally better, significantly better? Are they likely to stay the same, or could they get a lot worse? So let's start with that. Neelkant.
Thanks, Rahul. So I think the economy is slowing, but from a much higher level than what is currently being projected. So I think the current trajectory of the economy is very strong. That is reflected in very strong numbers for tax collection, for car sales, for airline traffic, and a whole range of indicators. But given that interest rates in India and globally are going up, I think export numbers are starting to weaken quite meaningfully now. And with a lag of, I would say, 12 months, even services exports, so the point at which the US starts to slow, I think there will be a further slowdown as well. So the growth currently is, I think, much higher than what consensus has it at. And I think the economy starts to slow. One point I worry about is a risk of a global accident, because some of these things are what economists would call non-linear. So they don't move like this. I mean, they go this way and then suddenly something breaks, like we saw in the UK. And given that the world has never seen this high level of interest rates, this level of fiscal dominance for a very, very long time, the markets have zero tolerance for policy mistakes. If any of the governments goes through political turmoil, the central bank makes a mistake, the risk of an accident is very high. And when that happens, then there could be a very significant impact on capital inflows and so on and so forth for us. So I think we are going to be fine. I think the steady trend growth should be 7% or so once the bases are adjusted. But we need to be very wary, in Hindi they say sachet, of potential risk of accidents globally.
Abhik Barua, given what happened in the United Kingdom, the kind of policy mistakes that Neil Khan just referred to, does India's political stability provide additional economic stability more than usual, given the fact that the UK, for example, going through constant political flux? Does that essentially be one of the reasons why India seems to be the one relatively stable economy at this time when so much of the other part of the world is in the kind of turmoil that it is?
I think it certainly is a major factor, and it's not just that the government is stable, but it's doing a lot of things to get the economic act together. Take the PLI, for instance, has been very controversial, but it is a move in the right direction to revive a sector that has been neglected for a very long time, and where we have new opportunities given the entire sort of disruption and a reorientation of supply chains. It's ramped up infrastructure spending and so forth. There are a couple of issues that bother me. One is that despite the government's best efforts, the recovery has been very uneven, right? And I'd just like to remind you of a statement that Mr. Subodh Bhargav made recently about Maruti's plans going forward. And what he was saying is that we are going to expand, we are going to put in money in sort of capital expenditure, but that's largely going to be for SUVs and more expensive cars. The demand for hatchbacks, the small hatchbacks, the compact cars, has simply evaporated. Which seems to suggest that with a combination of the nature of the recovery and inflation eating into people's disposable incomes, we have a very, very uneven recovery. So if the government doesn't sort of address that comprehensively, this recovery might not be sustainable. So that's a risk. I mean, there is considerable momentum and so forth. The other thing that, of course, we need to sort of bear in mind, and I think Neelkant kind of referred to, is the fact that on the external side, we have certain, very strong sort of pressure points. The large current account deficit and so forth is one. And were there to be a global accident, as you saw in the UK, where a little deviation from the playbook that investors wanted led to that kind of catastrophe. We must also remember the fact that this time around, the traditional playbook for handling crisis, which is to throw money at the problem by central banks, is not available anymore. And I think that's what should keep a lot of policymakers up at night. These are the two factors that I see are important.
I'll call our next card on the screen, which is, Mahesh, specifically to do with the India quarterly growth numbers. And from all the parameters of economic activity that you're tracking, what's your best estimate of this, at this moment, of what quarter 3 and quarter 4 look like in the immediate context of how the Indian economy is revving up at this moment on the back of the pandemic?
So I think that the coming few quarters are going to be slightly slower than what we saw so far. But I think what is important to look at is that these are noisy times. So year-on-year growth rates are extremely noisy because the base can be very bad or the base can be very high. And it's been very topsy-turvy, Q-on-Q in recent times. What I would like to say is that India has survived the turmoil quite well. We have kind of shown that we are quite resilient in very severe shocks, extremely severe shocks of the kind that we saw, and there is still resilience. We're still growing at a fairly good clip. And that, I think, is the most important thing. I think the next 2 quarters will be slightly modest, but look at this. The economy is split into kind of 2 things that I see. I study the corporate sector, and the corporate sector has been doing wonderfully right through. So what it looks like is that the Indian economy is not only resilient in the GDP growth concept in that way, but what is more important is to see that the biggest driver of our growth, which is the large enterprises of India, have done remarkably well. And the entire ops have been more efficient, they have been more profitable, they just don't find the need to invest. They're so good that they don't find the need to invest. So I think in the coming few quarters, we are going to not do too badly. We will surprise most forecasts on the upper side. I don't see too much of a negative downturn. I see a problem in the labor market, but that's a different story.
We'll come to that. Pranjal, with you, we'll spend a moment on the United States and Europe. And if you use your insights to give us a sense of what you think is most likely to happen, there's a lot of talk about the inevitability of the United States going into recession, how prolonged is that likely to be, and given the energy crisis in Europe, how you see the European economic situation go from here.
Yeah, I think the mantra of 2022 globally has been that we have to bring down inflation, even if that means that we are going to sacrifice growth in the short run. I think that has been the main mantra of the advanced economies. And we've seen the impact of that in financial markets across the world. Bond yields have gone up, the dollar has strengthened, equity markets have corrected, but we've also started to see the impact of that mantra on the real economy. You know, we're seeing how household mortgage costs are rising, how household construction affordability is falling, how consumers' real purchasing power is falling, how consumer confidence is weakening. You know, all of these things are coming out of the advanced economies. Now, we are not really forecasting a synchronized recession globally, but what we are forecasting is partial recession. Several countries, several sectors, several households, several corporates are going to go into, recession like economic status over the next year. And I think the repercussion of all of that will be very clearly felt on India as well. As in, I think the last 2 quarters, we've done well in terms of growth, but I think the next couple of quarters are going to be tricky. I worry about 2 drivers of growth. One is exports. A lot of us don't realize the important role exports have played in India's post-pandemic recovery. Just compare June 22 to June 2019. GDP has grown 4%, but real exports have grown 20%. Exports have been a key driver, but now exports volumes could decline, will likely decline over the next couple of quarters, and that will hurt our GDP. And the second thing is pent-up demand. We came out of the lockdown, we started spending, we've spent a lot, we've taken that extra holiday, but at some point with high inflation, we will stop spending. That pent-up demand will run its course. And I think that is also something that's going to sort of hurt growth. So I think the next couple of quarters, we have to be careful that growth will slow a little bit. We shouldn't get, roiled about that. Instead, we should focus on macro stability, keeping inflation low, keeping fiscal deficit on a downward trajectory, keeping, the exchange rates more stable. And I think if we've got that sorted out, then once the global cycle turns, then we will be able to ride high again.
Thanks, Pranjal. Ajit Ranade, let's spend a moment on uneven recovery. This concern that the economic recovery that we're seeing is very K-shaped, that the corporates that Mahesh Vyas was speaking about are doing better than they ever have, and people at the bottom of the pyramid seem to be slipping down the economic curve. That is disturbing. It's also a fact. What should be done to try and address it? How can we try and alleviate that concern?
Yeah, Rahul, as you know, we have been running this free food grain scheme, which is 5 kilos of wheat or rice per person, per family, per month for 33 months. That itself is an indicator of what you said, the K-shaped recovery. The fact is that there is a smaller part of the economy, corporates or the higher income brackets, when the stock market does well, it's people typically who are invested in the stock market whose wealth goes up, and that tends to be typically higher income people. In fact, hardly 3 or 4% of India, if at all, is invested in the stock market. So that's the K, upper part of the K, but the lower part of the K is almost perhaps 80% of the population. But the small kind of ironic fact is that the big upper part of the cake perhaps contributes the bulk of economic growth. So if we are going to discuss only GDP growth, the numbers look good because a small part of the economy contributes disproportionately to GDP growth as well as to profits, as well as to tax collections. But electorally, or even, otherwise, a large part of the population is struggling. Even among in the incorporated sector, I think the SMEs, the micro and small medium enterprises are struggling. Rural wages, I don't think have seen the kind of growth that you've seen in other parts of the economy. And therefore, that's a challenge. So I think the government will have to continue its policies of a little more stress on redistribution. If you remember, the finance minister also said a few weeks ago to the Indian corporates, why are you guys not investing? So there's a concern that unless investment comes back in a big way from the private sector, that's not going to, we won't have the job growth.
I'm coming to capacity utilization and investment in just a moment, but I'll come next to inflation. And there's a lot of concern in India about rising prices, but relative to the level of inflation in other countries, India isn't that badly off. I mean, I just picked Turkey and Argentina as outliers, where the rate of inflation is 85.5, 83.3 in Argentina. Even in a sophisticated developed economy like Germany, it's at 10.5. The United Kingdom at 10.1. India is at 7.4, which is slightly lower than even the United States. So Nikan, where do you see inflation go from here? And when I ask this question, I'm asking it mostly from the perspective of those who are watching you here at the conclave and sitting on TV or on social media and watching it, which is consumer price inflation.
Yeah, so if you think about CPI, we look at year-on-year trends, but one of the problems with year-on-year is that it's a slow-moving indicator in the sense that if oil prices went from 70 to 100 back in March, April, and they have more or less stayed there, for 1 year, the year-on-year number will look high. Whereas if you look at incremental indicators, meaning the CPI, the index, the consumer price index, how is it moving month on month versus how it used to move month on month in prior years, what you'll find is that the incremental inflationary momentum is actually of a much lower pace, right? So it is definitely not 7.5, it is closer to the 5.5 range. The second aspect is that the excessive fiscal stimulus that we have seen in the developed world is transmitted through the goods supply chain to countries like ours, because the US is not a big exporter of services, Europe is not a big exporter of services in terms of the percentage of GDP. And therefore, if the goods supply chain globally is already going into recession, so you may have seen Taiwan's year-on-year export numbers have turned meaningfully negative now already. The tech supply chain is seeing sharp order cuts. So the goods supply chain, in fact, even food prices globally have started to correct. And therefore, the imported inflation component should start to moderate as we go ahead. And if we are in the June quarter next year, September quarter next year, we are talking about a lower level of inflation, significantly lower level of inflation than what we see right now. It may still be higher than the 4% level that is target. And I must say that the evidence of corporate capex coming back, right? So the order flows for capital goods companies have been surprisingly robust in the last 6 months, suggests that companies do have some pricing power, which suggests that they are in a position, that is why they're doing some capex, and which means that inflation will be higher than 4%, but I think it will moderate from the levels we are seeing.
Mahesh Vyas, this 7.5 number is from September for India. Give us your best sense of how the rest of the year this needle is likely to move on the question of inflation.
Well, I expect inflation to remain elevated for some more time. So I don't expect it, of course, to come down to the 4% that we would like it to come down. It's unlikely to come down to even close to 6%. So I expect inflation to be between 6 to 7% or thereabouts. It's unlikely it will go much higher, but commodity prices are not fully predictable. But I don't think any spike in inflation, I don't see it coming down much as well. More or less where it is right now.
Abhik, in the manner in which inflation is being addressed by the government and by the RBI, do you see the need for the government to be doing more? How should inflation be targeted? Is there anything at all that can be done given the global economic uncertainty, concerns in crude? Do you think anything more ought to be done at this moment to be able to keep inflation in check?
I think there is, and I think the finance minister recently, just a couple of months back, pointed out that inflation is not just a monetary phenomenon, and that's true across the world. I mean, we've had severe supply side, disruptions, and now, the name of the game is to blame the central banks for printing too much money. But there was a strong supply problem there. And in India, we've had sort of chronic supply side issues which tend to aggravate inflation. Food is one of them. And so I think a lot of sort of supply measures, coordinated measures across central and states, particularly in essential commodities, might just do the trick. I think monetary policy is, in India's case, and not just for now, but in general, is perhaps too blunt an instrument for handling inflation, which in India tends to be very, very complex. I think in the developed world, inflation is an easier phenomenon to sort of understand and hence to address.
I want to come to the question of interest rates, and I'm going to get Pranjal to tell us where she sees interest rates go. This broadly gives you a sense of how interest rates in India stack with interest rates globally, and the kind of increase that we've seen from January this year to November this year, where in India, for example, you've seen the RBI's interest rates go from 4 to 5.9%, in a country like the United States from 0.1 to 3.9%, in the Eurozone from 0 to 2%, in the United Kingdom from 0.3 to 3%. There are two views on this, Pranjal. One is that all the shocks that ought to have been meted have been meted, and now there is no need for a 0.75% kind of basis increase in interest rates. The other is that may be too premature to declare at this moment, and there may be more monetary shocks required. Where do you come out on this?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting question with not very clear answers. I think the big uncertainty right now is, when does the dominant risk move from high inflation to weak growth? Last couple of months, it's all been about, how do you solve the inflation problem? But at some point, once growth globally begins to slow, all central banks will then sort of move their focus a little bit more towards growth. But when exactly that pivot happens, I think that's very hard to predict. Our own sense is that, the Fed, which everybody is watching right now, has about 2 more rate hikes to get done. For instance, one in December, one in February. And I think, most of the other economies, advanced economies, and also emerging markets like India probably have a couple of more rate hikes to do. But at some point, there will be concerns
big
about
rate hikes
growth.
or marginal rate hikes? Moderate rate hikes or massive rate hikes?
Look, earlier this week, the Fed chair made it very clear that they don't want to stick to 75 bips. They want to bring down the quantum a little bit. But in the same breath, he also said that the terminal Fed rate might be higher than they had been forecasting a couple of months ago. So he actually confused markets to some extent, and markets actually came out being a little more hawkish. They thought, Fed is going to hike more than they had thought earlier. So I think this sort of uncertainty is going on right now. But my sense also is that come 2023, at least in India, we'll be talking a little more about growth slowdown than we've been talking in the last couple of months. And then there will be pressure that the RBI stops hiking rates. So in a way, we are expecting the RBI to hike by about 50 basis points in December and then take a pause after that and see what happens to inflation. But the inflation problem will remain. I agree with Mahesh that it will be very hard to bring down inflation dramatically, and eventually a lot more may have to be done by the government. 50% of our basket is food. At some point, the government will just have to take nimble supply side steps, selling, buying, importing, exporting. That might become the main way to keep inflation lower, particularly in a pre-election year. So I think we'll have to move away from a monetary policy response more towards supply side management to bring down inflation, once 2023
Ajit
comes.
Ranade, how valid is the criticism that the Reserve Bank of India moved too late, that there was a problem brewing in the horizon, they could see the clouds gather, and they didn't bother to move till they were left with absolutely no option but to move, and then therefore march ahead with dramatically high increases in interest rates?
If you look at your graph, Rahul, actually the early one on inflation, India's deterioration in its inflation numbers is not much worse. In fact, it's probably, compared to the other countries, the sharp rise was not that high. I'm not trying to defend the RBI, but therefore I think one can debate that. But on balance, I think the RBI has done well to kind of refocus, and they had these meetings of the MPC, unscheduled meetings to tackle. But basically, as my other panelists are saying, this is a problem which is very tough. Just interest rate hikes are not going to do it. We need administrative measures. The fact that in India, unlike the West, most of the inflation is going to be confined to food and fuel. So we should focus on strategies which will dampen those prices. I think the food scheme is really helping. It's probably needed to be extended because we forget, apart from the nutrition needs, it's also keeping inflation low. And on the fuel, I think the government should look at its excise policies on petrol and diesel. That will be also required apart from RBI's actions.
Okay, let's come to currency. I'm just trying to move the needle so that we can go through all the data sets that I have and we can keep coming back as we just did. Now here is how all global currencies are under pressure against the US dollar, except for the Russian ruble, which we know for reasons which has nothing to do with the economy, but more to do with the war that's currently on, is up 18%. The Singapore dollar has depreciated 4.4%, the yuan 14.2%, the euro 14.2%, the yen 27.8%, the Indian rupee 11%. Now this, Mahesh Vyas, is also a very contentious political issue, where the government is under attack from the opposition for not doing enough to be able to protect and defend the rupee. They've spent a lot of forex in trying to do so. Is enough being done? And more importantly, where do you see the rupee settle in the medium term?
I think it is good that the government is not willing to come too much under pressure on the rupee front. We are seeing the rupee slowly depreciate. We are seeing the RBI intervene on and off to largely control the volatility in the rupee. But I think whether it is this government or any other, it is difficult for anyone to actually plug or kind of stall any direction of the rupee. I think if it is depreciating, so long as it doesn't depreciate too volatilely, if I may use that term, I think it's fine. And that's what I read the government seems to be letting it be. And that I think is fine. We have a difficult situation. The government is saying that it's not, it's kind of indicating, the MPC members are saying that they may not intervene too much into the interest rate scenario now. The US has raised interest rates, in which case we will have some greater depreciating rupee scenario going forward. That has an implication on inflation. One needs to see how bad will the inflation situation get by imported inflation. How much will we tolerate that? So the big problem is inflation, and I think politically inflation above 10% is where it hurts. it's not 7%. So we have a lot of headroom over there politically. I'm not saying otherwise. So a rupee can depreciate. I think it may be allowed to depreciate. Economic forces seem to suggest that it will depreciate a little more, but that depreciation may not be too volatile.
Abik, the rupee's already breached the 82 mark against the dollar. Where do you see the rupee settle in, say, a medium to short term from here?
Look, I must confess I'm a bit of a betting man. So I'm going to buy the dollar at levels of at current levels, or if it drops a little towards 82, and I'm going to sell the dollar at 84. This is not a bet that this bet has certain macroeconomic assumptions built into it. I think the dollar, in terms of an index, use the DXY index, is perhaps close to a peak. I think I see portfolio interest returning to Asia, and Pranjal might be able to tell us a little more about the renewed interest in both India and the ASEAN. And I think things are changing, but in the near term, there is a possibility of the rupee seeing another bout of depreciation. But at 84, I pull out all the stops and buy the rupee.
Neelkant, there's a lot of debate at this moment about the continued centrality of the US dollar and whether the Russia-Ukraine war and America and the world's moves against Russia have shown that you need to bolster your own currencies, and we're seeing China attempt to do it to some extent. India is making noises. Do you see this actually pan out in the years to come, or do you think the continued centrality of the dollar is inevitable to global trade, and no matter who says what, that's more from a political, nationalistic perspective, it doesn't change the economics on the ground?
So there's a cyclical aspect to it, there's a structural aspect to it. So the structural aspect of the dollar being the reserve currency globally, it seems unlikely that that will change unless we see an alternative. So if you remember, the UK stopped being the largest economy in the world sometime in the 1870s. The shift from the pound to the dollar happened in 1930, right? 1932. So this is something that takes a very long time. Currencies are a human creation, it's a myth. And which myths people choose to believe in, you need to have an alternative. If you don't believe in the dollar, what do you believe in? There is no alternative. So the structural story on the dollar, I don't think will shift. Cyclically though, currently what we are going through is a panic. See, globally, if you want to borrow money cross-border, you have to borrow in the dollar. That's the most common currency that is available. When you borrow in dollars, you are naturally short the dollar, right? So if the dollar appreciates, you are in trouble. So at the first wave of dollar appreciation, everyone who has dollar debt tries to roll it over, tries to find dollars that I don't want this dollar debt, I want to repay it, which increases demand for dollars even further. And so that's the cyclical rise that we are seeing. I think sometime in the next 12 months, we are going to see an equally sharp reversal of that process. And some of the pressures that we are seeing across the world right now will start to fade. The point is, before that starts to happen, will we see an accident or not?
So you're roughly in the Abik model as well?
No, I think that our problem is less about the level of is less about where the rupee settles, and because it's very hard to forecast, but the fact that we have a balance of payments deficit. See, we import oil, we import a lot of coal now, right? So, and the coal prices are 3x, 4x of what they used to be before the war. And what that means is that we need to bring down our imports, we need to get up our exports, we need to increase our capital inflows. And I think the rupee needs to weaken from here. We should not be under any illusion about a strong rupee being great for India or whatever. I think there is a necessity for the rupee to fall from here to close the balance of payment deficit. I think the pace at which the RBI is burning reserves is too rapid, and I think we need to let the rupee weaken a bit from here. And given that it is done better than even the yuan, where the bilateral trade deficit is still now approaching $100 billion, is something which from even a medium-term perspective is not desirable. So I would focus more on the BOP deficit. If the BOP deficit remains, I think the rupee should keep depreciating.
You can keep allowing the rupee to depreciate, Pranjal, but you'll also come under fire from the opposition, which thinks the government has done a terrible job of trying to protect and defend the rupee. It's linked to the age of our politicians, and it becomes very complicated politically. Political fireworks aside, your broad sense of how the rupee is faring relative to the dollar in a global context, and what could happen from here?
Actually, the rupee has been a relative outperformer. The dollar has strengthened 18% since the start of the year. The rupee has weakened only 11%. And regional currencies have weakened about 14.5% to 15%. So the rupee has actually done relatively well. You know, I agree with Neelkant when he says that letting the rupee weaken right now is probably the best thing we can do. You know, the big problem we have right now is a trade deficit which is very high. What's really driving that is the fact that India's growth is stronger than world growth. We are buying from the world far more than we are selling to the world. Imports are outpacing exports, and we are seeing, you know, a large trade deficit.
So just pause that for a second. I'll call the trade data set on the screen, and then you can explain what you're saying and why, and then we'll build on that. So can we have the graph on trade, which shows how the gap between imports and exports is actually increasing, and that's the deficit that Neelkant was speaking about. But go on.
Exactly. As you can see, in the last sort of two readings, exports have actually fallen and imports continue to rise. And that is what is creating this trade deficit, which is weakening the rupee. So what do you do when you have such a big trade deficit? I think the best thing you can do is follow a two-pronged strategy. Number one, increase interest rates. So people stop buying too much, they stop importing too much, and also let the rupee depreciate so your exports become competitive in the global market. Thankfully, the RBI has started to do this now. You know, until August, it was only raising rates, but it was not letting the rupee depreciate. Rupee was stuck at 80. It's only since September, it's doing both. It's letting the rupee depreciate, and it's also raising interest rates. And I'm happy to say that finally we are giving the right sort of policy response to this problem, and I think we are on track to, you know, solve our external imbalances over time.
Ajit Rannade, the growth in exports is touted as one of the Modi government's big achievements. Piyush Goyal will be at the India Today conclave in the evening, and they're talking about how Indian exports have started to bounce back and do much better than they have in terms of growth for a very long time. But the fact also is that the gap between imports and exports, that bridge which you can see, the blue marking there, continues to grow. What's your forecast on how the export curve moves from here? And what can we do to try and reduce imports?
Indeed, last year, India's export performance was really spectacular. I think we clocked something like $430 or $440 billion. This year, I think we are on track to probably reach $400 billion. But I must point out, Rahul, that when you showed the currency depreciation, you know, India is down 11% and everybody else, you know, 14% China. But everyone else is a net exporter. India is the only trade deficit country, so we must worry much more about the currency, and we must worry about the fact that our trade deficit this year, the current account deficit, is going to be alarmingly high, possibly 3%. And we should ask ourselves, why are we importing 1,000 tons of gold? You're spending precious $50 or $60 billion just importing gold, despite an import duty of 15% or something like that.
So what would you suggest?
So, you know...
Be careful, you have to go back home and you got family and friends.
No, this is, by the way, the tiny part of it goes to the jewelry, but basically, I believe Indians import gold, apart from their, you know, love of the yellow metal, is because it's a proxy for owning foreign assets. Since we don't have capital account convertibility, you're not allowed to own foreign assets. A proxy for that is to own gold. But I think gold is a very big drain on our foreign exchange, especially on a year when we are worried about the trade deficit. And the other bright side is that on the IT and software exports, we are going to clock something like $250 billion of services export. And the PLI scheme is targeting something like 45% or 50% of output is committed to export. So that's the bright side on the next few years. But we must worry about very large gold imports and this widening trade deficit.
Abik, let me use your insights to get you to suggest a question that I should be asking Piyush Goyal this evening. Here are rate of growth of exports and imports. The rate of growth of exports is in the blue line. The rate of growth of imports is the dark red. Imports growing at a faster clip than exports. What, according to you, should the government be doing at this moment to try and ensure that exports are growing faster than imports?
Well, there's a limit to which you can actually expand exports. Making your currency competitive is one of the solutions. But let's not forget that there is a very fine line between depreciation being a competitiveness enhancing factor and being seen as a sign of our weakness on external balances. Global demand is weak. So I think we have set in motion some structural measures. The PLI, for instance, there is a large opportunity because of what is happening in China. These will play out in the long term. I'm afraid I cannot be very sort of bullish on export prospects going forward, given that the whole world is turning down. So what we need to do when we have a current account problem is focus on imports and the bits of imports that we can curtail. And I might sound terribly regressive on this, but perhaps we need to have a little more protection, increase import tariffs on certain things, put some kind of a ban on certain exports like gold. And I think we are not going to sort of get too much of a rise in exports. We have an external imbalance problem. We have to focus largely on looking at the import piece, which is also related to things like imported inflation.
Okay, so we have about 5 minutes left, and in the time that I have left, I'll now call on the card on capacity utilization, which is also linked to private investment, which seems to be stuck in the mid-70s, and stuck in the mid-70s for a very long time. You see in the pre-pandemic quarter of FY20, it's at 73.6%. When last we culled out data, it's at 72.4%. Nilkant, you mentioned that you're now seeing this curve go up. Give us insights into what you're picking up, and why is it been stuck in the early to mid-70s for so long, and when does it actually reach a zone where private industry starts investing, which is what people sitting here would like, which is what finance ministry would like, which is what the Prime Minister's office would like, but somehow despite all the talk, it simply hasn't happened so far.
So if your GDP is, as per current projections by the consensus, 10% below your pre-pandemic path, so if you were growing at 6.5% a year pre-pandemic, and if you would have grown at that pace, you would have been about 21% higher than FY20 in FY23, but what you are currently at is only about 8 or 9% higher. And that means there is a substantial gap in between what you should be producing or what you would have produced and what you're producing right now. I think it's a matter of time. I think in 6 months' time, so you may have seen the December quarter airline schedules, for example, and this is a very small part of the economy, but indicative of how the opening up of the economy has been steady. I would say that in 6 to 9 months, and there are several sectors where the accretive capex, so there is always maintenance capex that keeps happening, but capacity enhancing capex is actually now starting to happen in large sectors like autos, where production was constrained because of supply issues the last 2 years. Their production is now starting to normalize, and you will see, I think, in the next 6 months that the utilization as well as the reported capex numbers will look a lot healthier. I must say that if you talk to capital goods companies, some of them are reporting extraordinarily strong numbers. In fact, their growth rates are astonishing. And I think in some pockets, this capex has already started picking up meaningfully. I think in the next 6 months, this number can be meaningfully better than it is right now.
Mahesh Vyas, this is a matter of great frustration for the Modi government. The whole premise behind reducing corporate taxes in the way that they were was that they'd see capacity utilization go up, they'd see private investment go up, which hasn't happened, and part of it is of course to do with the pandemic, the lockdowns, which are now easing, and therefore everyone in government and outside waiting for private investment to finally kickstart in a meaningful and sustainable fashion. Do you see that happen now?
Well, very, very partially. So we do track at CMI the announcement of new investment projects, and we have seen a little uptick in that. So for a long time, that increase in private new capex was essentially from the Adani and Ambani group companies, some from JSW, but all these very large companies. In the last couple of quarters, we have seen capex come from completely new enterprises, largely in southern India. So in addition to the known large investors into infrastructure industries, we are seeing some others come in as well. Secondly, many state governments have become more active than in the past. So this is now past COVID, and whether it is Rajasthan or Tamil Nadu or many other states, all of them are having these summits where they're inviting private entrepreneurs to come and make investments in their state. So that's picking up. So while there is action on new investment proposals being made by private entrepreneurs, I'm not seeing any acceleration or any increase in the completion of announced projects. And when I look at the balance sheets of companies on an aggregate basis, I see that they don't have adequate incentives to make large capex announcements or make capex investments. So the corporate sector as a whole, in the past 2 to 3 years, even if I count 21-22, their growth in net fixed assets has been lower than inflation rates. So we're seeing 3 to 4% growth in net fixed assets year on year. That's really very bad. It's like in real terms, they're not growing their assets at all on an aggregate basis. This includes infrastructure companies as well. So I think because companies are making a lot of profits, they are not using those profits because of the tax breaks you mentioned into new capex, but initially they took the money out as dividends. In the last couple of years, something more interesting is happening. They're keeping the money and investing it into equity markets. The huge increase in equity investments by companies. So instead of putting money into fixed assets, they are improving their operations and putting the money into the equity markets. So the tax breaks hopefully will play out eventually, but so far the record is that it's not actually paid dividends.
Okay, I want to end this session by looking at confidence. What we'll have on the screen is data on consumer confidence, and we'll get the economists to give us a sense of their level of confidence in the economy going forward. So what you're seeing is the red line is future expectations index. This is RBI data, and the blue line below that is the current situation index, where it seems that as far as the current situation is concerned, from the perspective of consumers, we are back to pre-pandemic levels, and future confidence index, which had dipped very obviously in the middle of the pandemic and the lockdowns, is again back to pre-pandemic levels. So we'll start with Ajit Ranade. We're out of time, so very quick final words in terms of consumer confidence index, in your view, being aligned to the economist's confidence index or not?
See, Rahul, it's still below pre-pandemic. 80.6 is still below 85. So we have still not recovered the consumer sentiment pre-pandemic. So I think this year this fiscal year, we have to contend with the fact that job growth is not strong, investment spending is not really visible, and GDP growth is probably going to come down to around 5% despite a very good first and second quarter. I think next fiscal year, obviously the outlook is much brighter. So I believe next fiscal year we are going to see, and that's going to be the last budget before the 24 interim budget. So I think we'll see there's a lot of expectation in the budget. I think next fiscal year we'll see a much better performance of the economy.
Abhi, does this reflect an economist's confidence index as well?
Broadly, yes, and I tend to agree with Ajit that the next few months might be challenging, and there are obvious challenges like high inflation, which has sort of turned back up again. But in the longer term, there is reason to be optimistic.
Pranjal?
Yes, I agree that consumer confidence today is worse than pre-pandemic levels. the greatest driver of consumer confidence is wage expectations. If you think your wages are going to rise, you will go out and consume more. What really increases wages over time is investment. In an economy which is growing, investing, adding to capacities, adding to job creation, those are the only economies where wages rise over time. So, we're coming back a full circle. We have to get the new investment cycle started if we want things like jobs and wages and consumer confidence to rise over time.
Neelkant.
I think consumer confidence will continue to improve. We are, as we steadily open up the economy, I think and momentum picks up, and the fear of how bad things can be, the realization that the permanent economic scarring from the lockdowns has not been that high, I think will continue to push this up.
Mahesh Vyas.
I agree with all my panelists that the consumer sentiments are going to increase. And I can say that with more confidence because while this is based only on urban respondents, we do a much larger survey including rural India and they are also giving a thumbs up. So consumer sentiments are rising.
That's the chief executive plugging for CMI data, saying don't look at RBI data, look at my data, it's more comprehensive, but that's fine. I really enjoyed this session. We had some very deep and very sharp insights, and I want to thank this very bright panel for joining us. It's very difficult to do economic modeling and forecasting in the middle of the kind of uncertainty that we see. So it's almost as tough as having to bat on the Perth of Perth, because people will review what you said sometime from now and say, did he know anything or not? But hey, it is very difficult to know given that there are so many unknowns. But Mahesh Vyas, Neelkant Mishra, Pranjal Bhandari, Abhik and Ajit Ranade for joining us at the India Today Conclave for the session on the economy. Thank you very much. Can we have a warm round of applause, please?
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals.
Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
$200 environmental and land defense activists were killed in 2021 globally. More than 3/4 of the killings took place in Latin America, where Colombia, Brazil, and Nicaragua also logged double-digit death tolls. It was the third consecutive year of increases for Mexico. In 2021, it was 54 and 30 in 2020. But this is not the shocking part of the report. Global Witness considers its report a baseline and said our data on killings is likely to be an underestimate given that many murders go unreported, particularly in rural areas and in particular countries. The victims died fighting resource exploitation and inland disputes. 27 of these deaths were related to mining. This is the highest number of any sector. And from the 27, 15 of those were in Mexico. In 2021, the killings of environmental activists in Colombia dropped to 33 from 65 in 2020. The Philippines saw fewer killings in 2021, 19 as compared to 30 in 2020. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, all 8 recorded victims were killed inside Virunga National Park. Virunga Park is home to some of the world's last mountain gorillas, but armed groups such as the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, known by its French acronym FDLR, the Mai Mai and the M23 regularly wrestle for control of eastern Congo's natural resources. Global Witness called on governments to enforce laws that protect activists, while also ensuring companies to be accountable throughout their global operations and have zero tolerance for attacks on land defenders. Activists and communities play a crucial role as a first line of defense against ecological collapse, as well as being frontrunners in the campaign to prevent it.
Indigenous developments, make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, we keep on hearing these terms. But now, indigenous developments for the defense sector are getting a major push. The Indian Army are using these indigenous products, and forces around the world are also taking note and showing interest. Everything you're going to see on the show now has been completely designed, developed and manufactured here in India, from T90 tank driving and gunnery simulators, to infantry weapons training simulators, to a weapon which can shoot around the corner. Everything that you're going to see now has been made in India. When we talk about infantry weapons, AK-47s, rocket launchers, anti-tank guided missiles, automatic grenade launchers, multi-grenade launchers, 81mm mortar. Now, all these weapons have varying ranges from a few hundred meters to a few kilometers. Now, infantry soldiers have to train on these. They need that practice. But where do they get that kind of range? That is where this next development comes in. This is completely indigenously made, and this is called an infantry weapons training simulator. And everything you're going to see and hear now is as close as it gets to a real weapon. This is an MMG. Only difference between this and a real one is that this is simulating a real shooting and a real firing. This is an infantry weapons training simulator and has been developed completely in India. The Indian Army has been procuring it to train infantry soldiers. The weapon that you just saw me using is an MMG. It was used in 1965 by the Indian Army, in 1971, and then again in 1999. It is an integral part for any infantry soldier to be trained on the MMG. But the range that you get on this medium machine gun is up to 1800 meters. Where do you get that kind of range in an actual scenario? That's where simulators come in handy. This one is completely indigenously developed, and it can be set up indoors, and you don't need 1800 meters of range. You can set it up indoors, and all you need is a projector to simulate that kind of distance on a target, which is on a screen in front. It's not just with the MMG. You can simulate the same thing with this kind of weapon. This, of course, is the AK-47. It weighs the same as an actual AK-47. It shoots like an AK-47, just that it's not firing actual bullets.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now, we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. It's 6 years to the day since the Narendra Modi government took the dramatic demonetization decision that has polarized political and public opinion. 6 years on, is demonetization a boon or was it a bane? That's going to be the big political face-off on the news today. Also on the show, all eyes now on the T20 World Cup semi-finals. Will we see India versus Pakistan in the finals all over again? That's going to be the other big question that we are going to raise. Plus our ground reports from across the country and the world on the news today. Kamal Hassan in a way is the elephant in the room. When you got married to him or when you first started a relationship with him, I remember the film magazine would always brand you as the other woman. And it couldn't have been easy. You left Mumbai, moved to Chennai, gave up your successful film career. On hindsight, any regrets?
Of course not.
Of course not.
I'm not asking you. I'm posing and saying, of course not.
No, not at all. You know, basically, I always say this. If given a chance once, twice, thrice, 4 times also, I would live my life exactly the way I have lived it. Everything is good at a point, Rajdeep. Things go bad later. Otherwise, I would not have got up, left everything and gone. So, no regrets.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam Aage. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination for news, newsmakers and talking points. Tonight is an important day, a landmark day, 6 years after Notebandi. Demonetization, the biggest decision in a way taken by the Modi government. Has it been a boon or a bane? It's time to decode demonetization tonight on the news today. But first, the 9 headlines at 9. Prime Minister Modi unveils the Lotus logo for India's G20 presidency. Modi says Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one, to be India's central theme as G20 president. India gives a no-nonsense message to the world through Moscow. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, slams the West for alleged hypocrisy on Russian oil, says India will put its interests first. Benefit of people is top priority. 6 years since the Modi government's demonetization move, the Congress targets centre, says Notebandi was the largest organized loot in independent India, calls its 6th death anniversary of the economy, demands a white paper on why and what demonetization did. Telangana High Court allows a police probe into the MLA poaching controversy in which TRS accused BJP of purchasing MLAs. Matter to be heard in the court on the 18th of November. Karnataka High Court sets aside Bengaluru court order to suspend Congress's Twitter accounts over using film KGF music in their videos. This after the music label had sought action over copyright infringement. 4th explosive letter by jailed conman Sukesh alleges pressure by former Minister Satyendra Jain and Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal to withdraw corruption charges. Sukesh claims he paid AAP before Goa and Punjab polls. Kejriwal asks, why am I not being arrested? Calls it a conspiracy before the elections. Marathi film Har Har Mahadev stokes a controversy in Maharashtra. NCP workers led by Jitendra Awad create a ruckus over portrayal of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. MNS organizes free screening in response. US midterm elections underway. America votes to decide on who will control Congress. Democrats expected to suffer major losses in what could be a setback to Joe Biden and herald Donald Trump's return. All eyes on the Super Semis tomorrow as Pakistan set to take on New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. India to clash with England on Thursday.
To break the grip of corruption and black money, we have decided that the 500 rupee and 1000 rupee currency notes presently in use will no longer be legal tender from midnight to night, that is 8th November 2016.
World's biggest note ban. Over 15 lakh crore rupees taken out of the system.
ATM तो काम ही नहीं कर रहा है सर, और खाने के पैसे भी नहीं है.
Millions hit by demonetization. 6 years later, the jury is still out.
In the year when demonetization was decided, the GDP growth was 8.3%, and before Corona it came down to 4.2%. During Corona it was minus 6.6%. Modi ji, why? Why consistently decline in the GDP growth post demonetization?
जिनके काले धन पर चोट पड़ी है, वो सारे काले धन वाले लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर आज प्रदर्शन पर उतरे हैं, पर देश की जनता तो बहुत अच्छा समझती है और उसका एंडोर्समेंट चुनाव दर चुनाव मिला है. जनता तो इसके साथ है, भ्रष्टाचारी इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं.
Did note ban end black money? Was demo a boon or bane? The big demo debate.
That's right. That's our top focus tonight. It's the 6th anniversary of the Modi government's contentious demonetization decision, a dramatic move that continues to generate much debate even today. Did demonetization actually benefit the Indian economy by pushing it towards a cashless universe? Or did the economic disruption end up destroying millions of lives? What would a white paper on demonetization reveal? Tonight, we do a cost-benefit analysis. Joining us right at the top of the show is Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor at Business Today TV, S.C. Garg, former Finance Secretary, Prasenjit Basu, Chief Economist at ICICI Securities, Syed Zafar Islam, the BJP spokesperson, and Anshul Abjit, the Congress spokesperson. We'll come one by one to all the critical questions that have been raised over demonetization. The first one, has the black money economy been brought under control? That's the question I want to raise, and I'll put up certain figures here. Notes demonetized, 15.41 lakh crores. Notes returned to banks in this period, 15.31 lakh crores. Cash with the public. On November 4, 2016, 17.97 lakh crores was with the public. Now, October 21, 2022, it is 30.88 lakh crores. So we've gone up in terms of cash with public. Cash to GDP ratio, 2016-17 was 9%. It's up in 21-22 to 14%. So that was, remember, a major goal of demonetization to, in a way, end any kind of parallel economy that might have existed, try and end a cash-driven economy. Given those numbers, I will go to each of my guests to get their first responses. First to you, Syed Zafar Islam. Would you concede that the original goal of wiping out black money has not been achieved?
Rajdeep, let me tell you very candidly that the Honorable Prime Minister, when he had announced the demonetization in 2016, one stroke of pen, he had achieved many objectives. Not one objective, many objectives. And the first and foremost was, of course, targeting the black money, and the black money is definitely out of the system. And today there is no, there must be black money, but not the kind of we had seen in 2016. Secondly, what was more important?
No, Mr. Zafar Islam, you made a statement that there is less. No, 1 minute. The numbers show there is even more cash today in the system than there was in 2016. How can you then go and make a statement like there is less black money in the economy today?
But, Rajdeep, when you say that the cash to GDP or money in the system, whether it's 30 lakhs or 16 lakhs or whatever number you are indicating, I mean that money has to be in the system. Doesn't mean that every money is black money.
Sure.
Who is saying that every money is a black money? But black money is something which unaccounted for, is something which has been targeted during demonetization. If you withdraw money from the bank and it remains as in the system, at least there is accountability of that money. So we are not saying that every penny which is there in the system, which is money supply, is a black money.
Okay, let me bring in Anshu Labjit. Let's get short comments from each of you on that central issue. Anshu Labjit, there's a point in what is being said by Zafar Islam. Look at tax compliance. Tax compliance has increased in recent years. You've seen the manner in which tax returns filed in pure volumes have increased. The government is saying this is an example of the formalization of the economy.
No, absolutely not. This is the single biggest act of economic violence ever inflicted on this country. I mean, it was couched in the language of some sort of an ethical doctrine, a moral moral action, but it brought India to its knees, in particular the informal economy. The 15.44 lakh crores, the most notorious figure in modern economic history, well, that figure has all been laundered. The black money that was supposed to be in the market has all been given back to the banks. That was RBI's own statement. Not only that, the cash to GDP ratio, as you rightly pointed out, which was 12% before demonetization, then plummeted a bit to sort of 8% afterwards, and now it's 14.5%. None of the objectives, this language of it being some sort of a moral action itself was a wrong one. This was a narcissistic action by the Prime Minister. There was no consultation here. It completely wrecked our economy, and it's in tune with other actions of the Prime Minister. If I go to the political point here in just a minute, this was in tune with other actions which dehistoricize India's past. It's lined with other actions such as Central Vista.
Let's focus on demonetization. You are claiming that the cash to GDP ratio, according to you, is evidence that there is still enough cash that floats around in the system. Possibly the color is pink because of the 2,000 rupee notes, but the cash hasn't disappeared from the system. Let me get Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary, to respond. Mr. Garg, the prime objective was to rid the country of a black money economy. Has the Modi government succeeded to an extent in formalizing the economy post-demonetization?
See, the intentions were right. I don't think there is any doubt about it. But the understanding that cash equals black money was a perfectly wrong understanding. And that, when implemented, turned out to be the fact that all the cash, at least a part of it which was assumed to be held by the black marketeers, etc., also came back. Nothing really remained. Only 10 to 12,000 crore rupees remained. So I think the big mistake was this equation of cash with the black money. Now, formalization of economy is something which I think was an incidental impact, beneficial impact of that. There is a good evidence that the informal businesses shifted. There was much more registration in GST and a lot of formalization of businesses took place. But the evidence that the tax growth went up is again not very much there. If you would go back 18, 19, actually the corporate taxes were very high, but then it started coming down. So in 1920, very bad, and thereafter, only now recently this has started doing better. So I think it's a mixed evidence.
Okay, it's a mixed. You're saying it's a mixed evidence on the entire issue of just whether that black money parallel economy has been brought under control. Prasenjit Basu, your view, do you believe that the government actually succeeded in what was its primary mission of controlling the black money economy, or have they failed in that principal mission? Or, as some are suggesting, it didn't need demonetization. It didn't need that kind of shock to attempt to bring those results.
Well, first of all, I think it's important to understand that demonetization was part of a trifecta of reforms that came one after the other. First, there was the voluntary disclosure of income scheme in September 2016. Alongside that, there was something called the Benami Transactions Abolition Act, which was passed by Parliament in 1988. But it was not gazetted, it was not notified. It was notified in early September 2016. So Benami transactions became properly illegal. Then you had the demonetization, followed by the introduction of GST. Now, GST, because it involves, every transaction involves two parties reporting, it becomes very difficult for people to evade paying that tax. So this trifecta of reforms that came together has actually dramatically improved tax compliance in India. It has dramatically reduced tax evasion, which essentially means that the black economy has been heavily eroded. It's almost been eliminated. In addition, there were reforms to the real estate sector. All of that contributed to making the entire unviable, and the consequence is a dramatic improvement in tax compliance. You see that this year, year to date, direct tax revenues in the first half of the year are up 24% year on year. GST revenues are up 33% year on year, and GST revenues alone are 7%
but
of GDP.
those figures,
you're seeing all this now.
No, year-on-year figures can be a little misleading given the fact that we went through COVID 2020 and 2021.
No, this is the third year. No.
No, 1 minute.
Last year, growth was spectacular in all tax revenues. Last year, growth was very strong. On top of that very strong growth, you've got a second year of spectacular growth. So this year's numbers are about, for these for GST and direct tax revenue, they're up about 35% over 2019.
Let me just take those numbers.
You look at it, it's very strong.
Fair enough.
Okay,
So let me take those numbers to Siddharth Zarabi. Just a minute. We'll get in more views. Siddharth Zarabi, given what Prasenjit Basu is saying, would you agree, therefore, that it is not just demonetization, but demonetization along with GST, along with other steps taken, particularly on the real estate sector, a regulatory framework has been created which perhaps suggests that the black money economy over time has been brought under control? Don't look at it purely through the prism of demonetization, which was seen to be hugely disruptive, but look at it in the context of the entire regulatory frameworks that were brought in place.
Absolutely, Radeep. I think it's very clear that as we stand on the cusp of 2023, the bogey of black money and the fuel it would provide to aspiring politicians and political parties in the run-up to any election, that plank has been completely eroded, and we are all better off because of it, along with all the activists who did a lot of baking of their own rotis on this. I just want to put one number in context before I toss it back to you, Rajdeep. In terms of the cash in circulation, I think there's a bit of a fundamental lack of understanding on this. One, we should not look at absolute numbers, and it should be looked at in terms of percentages from the period of financial year 17, which was the financial year when demonetization happened, to the most recent data that is available. And here I want to tell our viewers about the data put out by the State Bank of India Chief Economist Soumyakanti Ghosh, and I'll just quickly cite this. He says the jump in digital has significantly slowed down the currency in circulation. This is completely different from what some people are trying to portray. As a percentage of GDP, it is now 11.8%, which is almost 30 basis points lower than demonetization year rate of 12.1%. So let's look at it in that context. And one more quick point. What the law of unintended consequences really brought forth from the exercise of demonetization is that the objective of getting 4 to 5 to 6 lakh crore and sort of putting that to other uses did not happen. But a massive amount of low-cost deposits went into our Indian banking system. And I say this in front of this panel and you, Rajdeep, that India's banking system, particularly the public sector banks, were actually saved by that. Completely unintended consequences. I'm not saying that was the policy objective. And finally, the realization across the board that you cannot aspire to be a zero cash economy. You may aspire to be a zero COVID economy, but you cannot be a zero cash economy.
Interesting. And you mentioned digitization, which brings me to my next question. Has digitization been given a boost? UPI payments have surged. Just look at the numbers compared to November 2016 to October 2022. And of course, India today accounts for the maximum number of digital payments across the world. Anshul Abhijit, the Prime Minister didn't mention digitization in that speech on November 8, 2016. But would you concede that digitization in a way got a spurt, a boost as a result of what happened in 2016, unintended or intended consequence?
No, intended, unintended, we're not talking about Adam Smith. What happens is that digitization wasn't even one of the objectives of demonetization when it was thought out. It became an afterthought much later. It happened due to various other reasons, digitization of Indian economy during COVID, etc. But that wasn't one of the stated objectives, which was black money, which was a surgical strike on corruption, which was actually national security. The bogey of national security was given at one of the reasons. The problem here is in the debate, and what I'm hearing is that high frequency data, the formalized economy is always brought out, how much tax returns, how much tax revenue is given. We are always saying that this is a profit-led recovery. People are making money, companies are making money, there is more tax revenue, and that's going down. That's coming to the government. There is a formal economy that might be doing well. But what about the informal economy that got completely devastated by demonetization? We're not talking about 95% of our labor force, which is in the informal economy, which are the MSMEs, which have been severely impacted by demonetization and the effects we continue to see today.
Let Mr. Zafar Islam respond to that. Zafar Islam, you want to respond to that? The government now cites digitization and the boost that has been given to digitization as a consequence of what happened in 2016. There are others who will say that it's been a secular rise. Digitization was on the growth track. The sub-stack that has been created, the India stack that has been created is not linked to demonetization. You didn't need to disrupt so many millions of households to ensure that digitization picked up. And digitization has picked up post-COVID, much more than it picked up post-demonetization.
Rajdeep, as I said earlier, that the Honorable Prime Minister at that point in time, in 2016, had achieved many objectives through one stroke of pen. And that is what we had always been speaking in 2016 and even now. The digitization was definitely, you can read those reports at that point in time, that one of the stated objective was the push to digitization. Tax compliance. Today, yes, you see formal economy, informal economy unfolding into formal economy. It is so evident from the fact that the tax collection, GST collection, is so steep in last few years. And now it's 1.5 trillion every month-on-month basis. That only suggests that part of the informal economy has now folded into formal economy. And also, I can demonstrate through some other data point that EPFO numbers, if you see that constantly it is rising, ESIC data, it is constantly rising. That only suggests that part of informal economy has now been part of the formal economy. That's why tax compliance has improved.
Okay.
The GST collection has improved, and even the number, if you see, it has put government in a comfortable zone.
You know, I will take
globally, India is in a very sound,
but it was not.
Position,
it was certainly not part of what the Prime Minister. Sir, it was not what the Prime Minister announced.
Many other policy reforms.
Okay, it was not what the Prime Minister announced on November 8, 2016. The word digitization was never used in that speech. No, it was never used. SC Garg. Let's do a fact check. SC Garg, tax compliance. Just a minute, sir. Tax compliance much greater now. If you look at direct tax collection, 24% higher than same period last year. GST collections are, both direct and indirect tax collections are up. Do you believe, Mr. Subhash Chandra Garg, that somewhere demonetization was a trigger for this, or do you believe that that must be seen as separate to GST, which over the years has now achieved a level wherein collections are up? Was it linked at all to demonetization? Was demonetization necessary for digitization and tax compliance?
I don't think there is a very good correlation or connection between the demonetization and the tax growth. If it was there, the GST would have actually gone up much more in the years after 17, but the GST did not receive any good growth until 2020. In fact, it's only last year that there has been massive increase in the GST, and which is continuing this year. But please watch the numbers carefully. This year, in the second quarter, the GST growth is much lower at about 12-13%. And in my assessment, largely the growth in GST in last year and in the first quarter of this year has been largely because of the import surge and the inflation. And with both these factors coming into some sort of control or reduction, we may not get actually that kind of growth in the remaining two.
No, so you're saying there is no direct correlation between demonetization, digitization, and tax compliance. Am I correct?
Very little connection. Digitization, of course, has more, because then if you bring the businesses formally, the formal businesses pay more taxes, both the GST as well as the income tax. But that segment is not actually making a lot more profits. What the segment which is making most profit is where the inflation and the global supply disruptions cause large profits to arise. For example, you look at the metal sector, the massive profits generated last year. This year, if you look at the some of these companies, their profits are actually coming down by 80%, 90%. So there is no direct connection or correlation between these three factors.
You know, Prasenjit Basu, therefore you need to look at the impact that demonetization perhaps had on the formal sector and the pain that it has caused to the informal sector, particularly because it was a double whammy, demonetization followed by GST. Today we are looking at corporate earnings which are up, we are looking at tax. What about that large informal sector which suffered, the number of people who lost their jobs in that period post demonetization GST, as informal sector companies shrunk, the informal economy shrunk? Is that to be looked at or not? The pain it caused, was that gain worth the pain, is the question that will be still asked 6 years later.
Well, first of all, the so-called pain is based on various emotional statements, not on